You lie still beneath the soft hush of rain, your body settled in the quiet cradle of your bed. The blanket rests gently over your chest, heavy with sleep, warmed by your breath. The room is dim, lit only by the dull silver smear of moonlight, peeking between the curtains. Everything feels still, like time itself has curled up beside you, breathing in rhythm with your own. Outside, the rain whispers against the window, a gentle, rhythmic lullaby. But it's not the rain that wakes you, it's the sound above, drip, a single, deliberate drop. It doesn't come from the corner of the room or the walls. It's from directly above you, from the ceiling. You open your eyes, slowly, lazily. Your mind not yet fully awake. The sound repeats. Drip. It echoes faintly, like something far away, yet impossibly close. Not sharp or sudden, just lingering. A slow note in a song that plays only for you. You stare up at the ceiling. The surface is smooth and pale, unbroken except for a soft stain near the center, a discolored ring you've never noticed before. You try to recall if it was always there. Maybe it was. Maybe it just never meant anything until now. Drip. You hear it again, but you don't see it. No water falls. No droplet lands on your skin or pillow. Nothing moves. You reach out with your senses, listening harder, breathing softer. The house around you feels as though it's listening, too, like it knows you're awake now. The ceiling seems to swell ever so slightly in your vision, as if it breathes along with you, expanding, contracting, shifting drip. You press your head deeper into the pillow, eyes half closed again, trying to fall back into the soft arms of sleep. But your attention hangs in the air with that sound. Your thoughts float just beneath the surface, tugged upward like a balloon tied with fraying string, and then silence. The drip stops. But silence doesn't always bring peace. Sometimes silence is heavier than noise. You wait, eyes fluttering. Closed again, the rain outside continues, tapping softly like fingers trailing across glass. That sound is familiar, comforting, it belongs. But the ceiling is quiet now. Too quiet, you try to let go. Let yourself drift. Then, from somewhere, deep above, there's a creak. Not loud, not sharp, just the smallest exhale of old beams and older things. You sit up slowly, the blanket sliding down your arms. The air is cooler now, brushed with dampness. You glance at the floor, still dry. You scan the ceiling again. The ring in the center is darker now, like something breathing through the wood, letting moisture seep through, one drop at a time only. There are no drops now, no sign of water, no sign of damage, just that stillness again. You lie back down, cautious but not afraid. Not yet. The house feels strange tonight, more aware. You get the sense that if you spoke aloud, it might answer. But you don't, not yet. Instead, you close your eyes again, hoping sleep will take you, hoping the sound won't return. And just as you begin to drift, drip right above your forehead, your eyes snap open, not in fear, but in confusion. Again, you feel nothing, no touch of water, no ripple of cold, just the sound, like memory, like something that shouldn't be real and yet is. You reach toward the ceiling now, stretching your arms slowly, palm open, as if you could catch it, as if you could touch whatever's hiding behind the sound. Your fingers stop a few inches from the plaster. Nothing touches you back, but you feel the air change, cooler, thicker, like the space just above your hand isn't quite empty, as if something occupies that space. Watching, waiting, you draw your hand back gently and settle again. Outside, the rain picks up. It plays softly against the windows and the rooftop, its rhythm calming even in the midst of this oddness. You let it soothe your breathing, matching your heart to its patient song. You start to wonder, what if it's not water at all? What if the sound was never meant to fall? What if it's something else entirely, mimicking water, to be heard, not seen, drip? This time, the sound seems lower, closer, not falling, but leaning. You stay still, it doesn't repeat. Your eyes feel heavy now. Your mind wants to rest. The ceiling fades into blur, like a memory out of reach. You tell yourself it's nothing. Just the house, just the rain, just the hush of an old place settling into sleep. But you keep your gaze on that darkened ring, even as your eyelids flutter shut, because part of you wonders, if you stop watching, will it move? You sleep eventually, you must, though your dreams feel humid and strange. You float somewhere between your bed and the ceiling, suspended in damp air, waiting for a sound that never fully comes. When you wake next, there's light, pale morning light, soft and unbothered. The ceiling looks normal again. That ring has faded, or maybe your eyes just refuse to find it now. Still, you lie there longer than usual, listening, waiting, but there is no drip. Not today, still. You can't help but wonder why the pillow beneath your head is faintly damp, and why the ceiling, when you look long enough, seems to ripple ever so slightly, like it remembers something you forgot. The ceiling is quieter tonight. The drip is gone, or perhaps just hiding. The rain continues outside, its rhythm steady and patient, a soft shushing that cradles the night. You lie there, arms folded above your chest, eyes trained on that place above you where the sound once lived. At first you try not to notice it, but something is different now. The surface overhead is no longer smooth. You see it, just barely. A faint, spidery line etched across the plaster, a crack. It runs the length of the ceiling, branching out like the limb of a tree or the vein of a leaf. You're certain it wasn't there before. You sit up slowly, blinking against the low light. The rain outside grows gentler, as if trying not to interrupt. The crack gleams faintly, a silvery thread that shouldn't catch light, but somehow does. You tilt your head, watching the way the crack curves, not in a natural way, but in a deliberate one, almost like a smile. You don't remember ever seeing it, but somehow it feels familiar. You lie back down, slower this time, your eyes never leaving the ceiling. The room holds its breath with you. You listen, not for the drip. That sound is gone, but for something else. Something beneath the silence. And then, movement, not sound exactly. More like a shift in the shadows, a flicker, a ripple just behind the crack. Like something blinked, you blink too. Unsure, you wait. The rain gives no answers, but the ceiling seems to tighten. The crack drawing in, shrinking the moment your gaze sharpens. You stare harder, and it closes just a little more, as if it's shy, as if it only opens when you sleep. You whisper to the room, barely aloud. What are you? The question doesn't echo. It disappears the moment it leaves your lips, swallowed by the walls. You watch the crack for another long stretch of silence. Then you turn away, pretending not to care, but you feel it. That slight tension, like being watched, like something just behind a wall of fabric, soft but undeniable. You tell yourself, it's just the house again. Old wood, old air, old memories settling around you. Still, the crack widens again when you close your eyes. You see it even in darkness, not with your sight, but with your mind. You see the space behind it, a narrow gap between boards, a place just wide enough for fingers or eyes. You imagine lying here night after night, never knowing. Imagine something above you, still and breathless, waiting for your sleep to deepen, watching maybe not with malice, just with interest, the kind that doesn't blink, the kind that doesn't go away. You open your eyes again, and this time, something is different. There's a shift in the texture of the ceiling, not a new crack, but something else, a mark, a smudge, a perfect crescent-shaped print, like an eyelid. Closing, you blink, and it blinks back. You don't scream, you don't move. You're not sure why. Maybe it's the way the room holds you still, like a blanket of fog. Maybe it's the way the rain continues its lullaby, reminding you to breathe slowly, to remain calm. You focus on the shadows, on the patterns in the ceiling. You look for logic, for the old water stain, for the familiar corners. But all you find is that thin, quiet crack, and the sense that behind it, something is waiting. Not malevolent, not kind, just present, watching. It feels old, this presence, not newly arrived, but ancient, patient. It watched before you came. It will watch after you leave. Maybe it's always been here. Maybe the house was built around it. You turn your head, resting your cheek against the cool pillow, letting your eyes drift to the window. The curtains move gently, stirred by a draft you don't remember feeling before. A whisper of air brushes your skin, not cold, just enough to remind you that something unseen still moves through the room. You glance back to the ceiling. The crack has narrowed again, smaller, barely visible, almost gone, but not gone. You start to wonder, how much do we miss, just because we don't look up? What other eyes have watched this crack? How many dreams drifted beneath it, unaware of what lingered in the beams? You imagine a long line of sleepers, each thinking themselves alone, each feeling safe, each watched unknot all of them woke up. That thought should chill you. It doesn't, it just settles like dust. You lie on your back again, eyelids heavy. You know you should sleep, but you also know deeply, instinctively, that when you do, the crack will open once more, and the eyes will blink again. You feel it, the presence behind the ceiling, listening to your breath, watching the rhythm of your chest rise and fall. It doesn't speak, it doesn't need to. You drift off, eventually, slowly, reluctantly, but still held by the rain and the dark and that quiet, gentle pull of sleep. In the space between dreaming and waking, you think you hear a soft creak above your head. Not a warning, not a threat, just acknowledgement. You're seen, and always were, tonight. The rain is softer, almost hesitant. It falls like a secret outside your window, its rhythm uneven, like it's listening instead of singing. You lie still beneath your blanket, eyes closed but not asleep, body warm, mind floating just above the surface of rest. You aren't sure. What woke you this time? No drip, no whisper, no flicker of shadow, just a sound. So faint it barely registers, so distant it feels inside your bones rather than your ears. At first, you think it's the wind brushing the roof, but no. It's more deliberate than that, paced, timed, too gentle to be falling debris, too specific to be chance. A footstep, then another. You open your eyes slowly, carefully. The room is dim, bathed in the soft blue haze of a stormy night. You can see the outline of your furniture, the slight movement of the curtain shifting in a lazy breeze. The ceiling above you still whole, but waiting. Then it comes again, tap, tap, pause, tap. Tap. Not heavy, not rushed. It's the sound of someone walking barefoot across old wood. Not quite above the ceiling, not on the roof, inside the rafters, inside the space where no one walks, where no one should. You don't move, you listen. The footsteps don't match the storm. They come in between the raindrops, as though trying not to be noticed, but failing, because you've already noticed, because they've already woken you. You try to make sense of it. Maybe it's pipes, maybe it's the woods settling, but you know you're home, and this isn't your home's voice. This is something else. The steps continue, soft, steady, deliberate. They travel from one side of the ceiling to the other, right. Above you, you picture old beams tucked between layers of plaster and insulation. Spaces not meant for people. Spaces where light doesn't reach. You imagine someone crouched there, someone who knows how not to be heard. But tonight, let something slip. Maybe it's tired. Maybe it meant for you to hear another step. Then, silence. The rain thickens briefly, cloaking everything in a low hiss. It would be soothing if you weren't so still beneath the blanket, counting your breaths, waiting. Then another sound, different this time, would bending a long, low creak, directly above your bed, like someone shifting their weight. Your fingers twitch beneath the blanket. You do not move more than that. Not yet, because you know somehow, deeply, that movement would mean acknowledgement, and whatever's above. It hasn't been acknowledged in a very long time. You close your eyes, pretend, not out of fear exactly, but out of instinct. The way animals pretend not to notice each other in the dark. The way the night agrees not to touch you if you don't reach toward it first. You wait, nothing moves. You listen harder. Sometimes, it's in the absence of sound that things become clearest, and in that stillness, you remember something. When you first moved in, you thought you heard footsteps one night. Only once. You told yourself it was nothing. The house shifting. The echo of a dream you'd already forgotten. But it wasn't just one night. It's happened before. Not every night. Not enough to prove, but enough to suggest that someone or something returns always across the rafters, always. When you're nearly asleep, you open your eyes again. The ceiling is as it was, still, silent, smooth. You rise, quietly from the bed, and walk to the center of the room. The floor doesn't creak, not here. You look up, directly above where you sleep. There's nothing to see, just a ceiling. But that's the thing about ceilings. They hide everything. They turn attics into voids. They make watchers invisible. You speak now, soft as a breath. I hear you, there's no response, but you feel it. A tension in the wood above. A shift in the air. You've broken the rule. You've noticed, and now something is listening more. Closely, you return to bed, unsure if you're meant to feel braver or more exposed. The moment you lie down, the steps resume, faster this time, crossing from one beam to another, back and forth, pacing as though it's thinking, as though it's waiting for you to speak again. You don't, you just lie there, heart slow, breath. Even outside, the wind moves in long, sighing arcs, brushing the corners of the house. It sounds almost like speech, like someone murmuring in a language made of leaves and water. Eventually, the steps fade. You wonder if it's because you acknowledged it, or because you didn't do more. You turn your head, eyes growing heavier. The pillow welcomes you back. Sleep lingers nearby, curling around your thoughts like mist as you drift. You wonder about the others because you know in your bones, in your breath, that this has happened before. Someone else heard the steps. Someone else stared up at the ceiling, unsure of what walked above them. Someone else stayed silent. Or maybe someone else called out. But you haven't, not yet. You switch on the lamp beside your bed, the one with the soft golden glow. The light pulls outward gently, stretching across the floor like melted honey, gathering in corners, filling the small room with warmth. The rain outside ticks against the glass with soft persistence, a calm and familiar rhythm. You sit still for a moment, watching the light settle. Then something shifts. Your gaze lifts there on the ceiling. Something moves. At first you think, it's just a shadow cast by the lamp. But it's not quite right. It lingers too long. And it moves just before you do. You slowly raise your arm. The shape on the ceiling mimics it. A beat too early. Your hand stirs the air, and the shape stirs first. Not like a shadow should. Not like something bound to your body. It leads you, like it's expecting your movement. Your breath catches gently in your throat. You lower your hand again. The shadow does not stay suspended above you. Fingertips stretched long, as if reaching for something unseen. You blink slowly, and when you do, the shadow shivers, not like something reacting to light, but like something alive. The lamp flickers. For a moment, the room dims, and the shadow snaps back into place beneath you, where it should be. You exhale, a little shakily, and lean back onto your pillow. The rain sounds deeper now, like it's falling through the layers of the house, not just outside, but from somewhere above, through beams and memory. You glance toward the ceiling again, waiting, and then the flicker comes once more. Just a tremble of light, and with it, the shadow peels upward. It doesn't leap, doesn't crawl, it simply detaches smoothly, quietly, and floats to the ceiling like smoke in reverse. It finds its position directly overhead and stays there, spread across the plaster like ink beneath water. But you haven't moved this time. You haven't shifted at all. It's moving on its own. You sit up again, this time faster, deliberate. The shadow remains flat on the ceiling, no longer mimicking you, no longer shaped by your limbs or breath. It has chosen its place, and now it begins to shift, not erratically, not chaotically, just adjusting. Its arms stretch longer than yours. Its fingers point in different directions. Its head turns toward you before your own does. You stay still, watching. You've never seen a shadow so patient, so bold, and suddenly the memory rises. You were younger, maybe 8, maybe 9, lying in a different bed, in a different house. The light had flickered then, too, and your shadow had twitched before you moved. You remember telling someone, but you don't remember their answer, only the feeling of not being believed. You look up again. This shadow isn't you. Not anymore. It resembles you, yes, but only just. Now it walks along the ceiling, slow, silent steps above you, gliding where your ceiling and the attic beams meet, as though this room is a stage. And you, the audience, you rise from the bed slowly and step to the middle of the room. The shadow stops. You lift your hand. It dodes instead. It tilts its head. Your head stays still. You say nothing, but the lamp flickers again, and your shadow changes shape, not randomly, but intentionally. Arms crossed, head bowed. One foot poised as though mid-step. the light steadies. The shadow returns to stillness. You turn the lamp off. Darkness presses inward like velvet. For a moment, you expect silence, but the rain grows louder, as though something behind the walls has been waiting for darkness. You sense the movement above you even now, not in sight, but in presence. Like gravity has reversed, and now all things fall upward. You flick the lamp back on. The shadow is on the ceiling again, crouched low, its arms resting on invisible knees. Its head is tilted, but not toward you anymore. It's looking at the far corner of the ceiling, where shadows gather thickest. You follow its gaze. That corner is darker than the rest. Not black, just deep, like a pool, like an opening. You approach it slowly, the wooden floor cool beneath your bare feet. The room narrows around you. You don't hear your footsteps, only the rain and your breath. You reach the corner and look up. Nothing there, just shadow. But the shape on the ceiling is smiling now. You see it, a curve of darkness stretched where the mouth should be. Your skin prickles gently, not from fear. From understanding, it doesn't want to come down. It wants you to join it. The flickering light dances, again, uncertain. You reach up, palm open, toward the ceiling, and your shadow, or what's left of it, slowly extends a hand in return. But just as they might touch, the lamp goes out entirely. Darkness, the sound of the rain fills the room. No longer gentle, heavier, closer. You take a step back, heart steady but curious. In the darkness, you feel the shadow move across the ceiling again, circling you now. A slow spiral above, like something swimming beneath ice. You speak quietly. What are you? No reply, but the lamp flickers back and your shadow is beneath you again, shaped like you. Still and normal. The ceiling shows nothing but old paint and time. Still, you know better now. It isn't gone. It simply returns when you pretend not to see it. It begins. With the rain, you lie still, curled in the hush of your room, the blanket a gentle weight across your chest. The ceiling above you breathes with soft creaks, as if stretching in its sleep. And outside, the storm sighs against the windows, a lullaby in grey tones. The kind of storm that's gentle, steady, the kind you grew up falling asleep to. The rain is a rhythm, familiar, soft, like someone walking in circles just outside your memory, at first. You don't notice the difference. There's a tapping, but it fits with the rain. It blends, a little offbeat, a little more deliberate. Your eyes drift to the window. You expect to see a tree branch or droplets tracing their paths. But there's nothing touching the glass. No shadows. No movement, just the tapping. You close your eyes again, thinking maybe it's part of the storm's rhythm. Maybe the house is just old, and the rain finds new ways to echo through the walls. But then it comes again. Tap, tap, tap. It's too slow to be rain. Too precise. You shift slightly, the blanket rustling softly around you, and tilt your head toward the sound. It's not from the window, you realize. Not anymore. It's coming from the wall. Specifically, the wall closest to your bed, the one your head rests against. A cold shiver slides down the back of your neck. Not from fear, not fully. Just a sense that something's not quite in place. Like a picture hung just slightly crooked. You know that feeling. The one that waits quietly in your bones. The tapping continues. A pause. Then again, tap, tap. You press your hand to the wall. Gently, as though you're touching the back of a sleeping animal. The plaster is cool beneath your fingers. Still, then tap. Right where your palm rests. You pull your hand back quickly, but not in fear, not yet, just in surprise. The storm outside thickens, the rain heavier now, but still soft, a velvet downpour, blanketing the house in grey hum. You sit up slowly, blanket pooling in your lap, and listen. The tapping comes again, tracing a path. It moves dot from the wall beside you to the corner near the floor, then upward, tap, tap, tap. You follow the sound with your eyes as it ascends. It pauses near the bookshelf. Then, with a kind of quiet insistence, it shifts toward the wall above. Your door, you feel something deep in your chest. Not fear, not panic, just a strange, cold stillness. Like you're being watched, not with eyes, but with a memory. A moment you forgot, returning in full. You rise, bare feet, quiet on the floor, and walk toward the bookshelf. As you pass it, the tapping stops. You wait, long enough that the storm outside begins to retake your attention. The soft hiss of rain, the far-off rumble of thunder, like an old dog growling in its sleep. Then scraped it, not a tap this time. It's a slow, dragging sound, like something fingernail thin moving behind the wall. It starts near the ceiling and makes its way downward. You reach for the small flashlight on your desk and flick it on. The circle of light dances over your room. The bookshelf, the door, the framed photograph on the wall. Everything is still. Everything is the same until the beam hits the far corner. There's writing on the wall. Small, damp letters, barely visible unless the light catches them just right. You step closer, breath held soft in your chest. The letters are faint, smeared by water and time, but you can still read them. It's your name written once, then again, not carved, not painted, just pressed again and again into the paint, like fingers had been tapping them into the wall over and over until the plaster remembered. The room feels colder now, but you don't move away. You press your fingers lightly against the name. The wall hums beneath your touch, not with sound, with something deeper. A resonance, like a bell that's still ringing somewhere far away. You pull your hand back and look at your fingertips. They're damp, but the wall is dry. You turn, slowly, scanning the room again. The flashlight's beam grazes the edges of the floor, the curtains, the ceiling, and there, just for a moment, you see a drip fall upward. It rises from the floor to the ceiling and vanishes into a crack. You hadn't noticed before, a crack that runs the length of the ceiling beam. A breath escapes you, slow, shallow. You climb back into bed, but now you're watching the walls, watching the ceiling. Not afraid, exactly, just waiting. The tapping returns, but this time it isn't moving. It's spelling. One tap, then two, then three, pause. 1121. The sequence is odd, not random, repeated, not rushed, like a slow, thoughtful knock from someone who isn't in a hurry. You try to count the pattern. You say the numbers under your breath, then match them to the alphabet, A, A, B, A. But it doesn't make sense. It's missing something. You close your eyes, trying to breathe into the stillness. Your heart isn't racing. It's calm, almost lulled. Like the tapping is doing what the rain used to do, carrying you toward rest. But part of you stays aware, and that part knows the sound isn't coming from behind the wall anymore. It's in the room. You don't look. Not yet. The air around you is still soft, cool, the kind of air that settles in after something leaves or waits before it arrives. The tapping shifts again. Now it comes from the closet. Your breath slows. You remember when you were younger, how you used to believe. There was something inside that closet, something too tall to stand upright, something that bent in strange angles to fit in the dark. You open your eyes, and the closet door is cracked, not wide, just enough. You don't remember it being open, but you're not startled, just aware the tapping continues, one sound at a time, like fingers, or not fingers, something pretending to be fingers, thin, careful, rehearsed, and then silence. You wait. The silence is thicker than the sound. It presses around you like water, like you've slipped below the surface of something deep and quiet. Then you hear breathing, not yours. It's soft, muffled from behind the closet door, and just as you sit up, steadying your breath, the door begins to close. Not fast, not with force, slowly, as though the thing behind it is polite, careful, as though it doesn't want to wake you. The door clicks shut, and the rain outside softens again. The tapping doesn't return, but you know it will, because now you understand it. Wasn't knocking to scare you, it was spelling something. It thought you'd forgotten your name. And just before your eyes begin to close, before sleep finally takes your hand, you hear something new, a voice from inside the walls. It whispers, almost kindly. You remembered. You lie still on the mattress. The sheets cool against your skin, the hum of night draped across your limbs like velvet. Rain whispers beyond the walls, soft and soothing, as if the sky is sighing just for you. But something feels different tonight. Not outside, but above. The ceiling feels closer. It's not a thought at first, more like a weight in your chest, like the sensation of someone leaning in too close to your face. You open your eyes slowly, letting the quiet soak in. Nothing has changed, not really. The same pale stretch of ceiling meets your gaze. The same soft lines where plaster meets shadow. And yet, there's less space between you and it. You reach your arm upward, fingers extending. As far as they will go, your hand disappearing into the cool dark. You don't touch anything, but you feel something, the pressure of presence. Not a ceiling, not wood or stone, just stillness, thick and unmoving, like the air is holding its breath. You let your hand fall back to your side. Maybe you're imagining it. Maybe the long nights are folding in on your sense of space. But it's hard to ignore the way your lungs feel heavier, how your breaths don't seem to reach as far inside you. The room used to feel tall, lofty in a way that gave you peace. Now, it presses in softly, like a blanket slowly being tucked under your chin. That night, you dream of a hallway with no floor, only ceiling above and ceiling below. You walk on your hands across it, upside down and weightless, until you reach a door that leads into your own room. Only the ceiling that brushes your shoulders. And when you look up, your own face is staring back at you, mirrored in the plaster above. You wake with your heart calm, strangely, as though your body understands something your mind hasn't caught up to. The morning offers no answers, but when you stand, you swear you don't need to stretch as far to touch the plaster above. The bulb that once swung lazily overhead now dangles lower. You don't remember it ever brushing your head when you pass beneath it. You tilt your head and examine the seam where ceiling meets wall. The paint seems ... tighter, the angles sharper, like the room is shrinking, not from the sides, but from above. That night, you press your back to the bed and stare upward. If it's lowering, it's not falling. It's descending with intention. A slow, patient crawl, a careful pressing, as if testing how close it can come before you notice. And you do notice. There's a faint sound, too. A soft groan, like old wood sighing under the weight of silence. Not often, just now and then, when your eyes begin to close, when your breath slows into rhythm with the rain. That's when it happens. A single, brief creak. Then nothing. You consider sleeping elsewhere, but the thought of leaving this room, of walking out while something up there is watching, waiting, is worse. So you stay. You pull the blanket up to your chin and let the stillness wash over you again. The next morning, your closet door won't open fully. The top edge catches the ceiling. You don't remember that happening before. You run your fingers along the frame. The ceiling has no cracks, no damage, but it's different. A new closeness. You measure it, sort of, with steps, with reach, with memory. The change is subtle, but real. At night, it becomes more apparent. You feel it lowering, not as motion, but as mood, as atmosphere thickening. Each breath you take feels shallower. Not out of panic, but adjustment. Your body learning how to live in tighter spaces. One night, you sit upright in bed and press your palm to the ceiling. It's there, solid, cool, too close. It shouldn't be so close. And then, a strange thing happens. It pulses, not movement, not heat, just a shift, a sense. Like something inside the ceiling noticed your touch. And for a moment, it pressed back, not hard, just enough to let you know it was there, to dot you sleep less after that. Not out of fear, exactly, just unease. The kind that curls in your stomach and whispers in your ear that something is wrong, but not wrong enough to run dot. Each day you feel the ceiling closer, each breath a little harder to take. You start leaving notes for yourself, scraps of paper on the floor. The room is smaller today. The lamp is only inches above my head now. I can't stand up straight anymore. They help you remember that it's not in your mind, that it's real. You wonder how. Long before it reaches you completely, before there is no space left between plaster and skin, before you are pressed flat, embraced by the ceiling's quiet descent. One evening, just before sleep, you hear a voice, not from the walls, not from the hallway, from above. A whisper, quiet, distant, like a memory unfolding in reverse. It doesn't say words, it sighs through you. You understand it, not with your mind, but your bones, it says. I'm almost there, and you don't move. You don't scream, you simply close your eyes and feel the ceiling draw near. It isn't cruel, it isn't angry, it's patient, and it wants you to know it, wants you to feel it, wants you to understand what it means to be gathered, slowly, into silence. You think of ceilings differently now, not as boundaries, but as invitations. You turn off the lamp like you always do. A soft click, a brief flicker, then the familiar velvet of darkness swallowing the room. The shadows settle quickly. You pull the blanket up to your chin, press your cheek into the pillow, and exhale. But something else exhales too. It's quiet, quieter than your own breath, but you hear it, a subtle sound threading through. The silence. It doesn't come from within your chest, nor from the wind outside. It comes from above you. You hold your breath, listening. The ceiling groans faintly, but you've heard that before. Old wood, expanding, settling. That's what you've told yourself. But this isn't the familiar creak of timber under weight. This is softer, moister, as though lungs you cannot see are exhaling into the dark above your bed. The room tightens. Around the sound, you blink into the darkness. The ceiling, somewhere above, though you no longer know how far, is lost in shadow. The light doesn't reach up there, even when it's on. Now, you can't tell where the walls end and the dark begins. But the breath, you can still feel it. It brushes your forehead like damp silk. You shift, just slightly, as though to test if the air is different on the other side of the bed. It isn't. That same cool breath fans down on you, tracing your skin with invisible fingers. You squeeze your eyes shut. It's just your imagination. You whisper to yourself, though you no longer trust your voice. Maybe it's the leftover hush of your own breath echoing in the room. But even as you tell yourself that, another exhale comes deeper this time, a hush pressed through invisible teeth. It's awake. Or maybe it never sleeps. You keep still. That feels like the safest thing. You focus on your heartbeat. Count the seconds between each soft hiss of breath from above. 7 seconds, then 10, then 5. There's no pattern, no rhythm, no sense of sleep. And then you hear it shift, not a sound. Exactly, more a change in pressure. Like the ceiling has subtly tilted toward you. Your skin tingles. The air presses lower. You picture the space above your bed, once empty, now filled with something watching, something hovering, something breathing. You reach a hand out toward the nightstand, slowly, deliberately. The tips of your fingers touch the lamp's switch. You don't turn it on, not yet. Just let your fingers rest there, and the breath stops. Not fades, not retreats, stops. The air turns flat. Too quiet, your ears strain in the silence, waiting for something, anything to move. Even your own breath feels like a betrayal now. Too loud, too human. You begin to wonder if it stopped breathing, because it knows what you're about to do. You flick the switch. Light floods the room, sharp, golden, sudden. Nothing is there. Ceiling, walls, your bed. All exactly where they should be. You sit up. Slowly, scanning the space. You squint upward. The ceiling is low tonight. Lower than you remember. You blink hard, as though your eyes are lying. But no, the edges of the room seem closer. Not in an architectural way, but in a presence kind of way. The kind of closeness that feels like breath against your skin. The kind of closeness that waits. Still, you get up. You check the corners. The closet, even under the bed. Nothing. You laugh softly, nervously. Shake your head. You've been listening to too many stories before bed. That's all, just an overactive mind. You click the light off again, and exhale. But this time, it's right above your head. You freeze mid-step, still holding the blanket in your hand. You don't move. The sound is unmistakable now. Wet, patient breath, in and out. Just once, not hurried, not angry, just present. You climb back into bed, slower than before. You leave the light off this time. There's something about the contrast. That feels worse. The burst of brightness followed by deeper dark. No, better to stay still. Better to sink into it. You lie on your back, staring up into the dark you cannot see through. Above you, something shifts again. You don't hear it, but you feel it in your chest, in your ribs. Like the breath belongs inside you now. Like the ceiling has grown lungs of its own, inhaling your stillness, matching your heartbeat. You begin to notice the air is cooler, not cold, just wet, like forest air, or breath against a window pane. And then the bed moves, not the whole bed, just the mattress, a subtle depression at your feet. Like someone placed a single foot there, testing the weight, You don't move. Another depression nearer your leg. It's not sudden, it's not loud, just patient pressure, 1 inch at a time. Whatever it is, it doesn't walk like a person. It moves like mist, like something crawling beneath the idea of movement. The pressure reaches your chest. You close your eyes, not out of fear, not fully, but because seeing nothing is worse than imagining everything. The breath returns, this time brushing your lips. You feel it pause, not breathing now, but waiting, studying. You try to speak, but your throat is dry. You whisper one word, why, and something answers, not with a voice, but with a sound. That brushes through your ear like a secret wrapped in fog, a wordless breath, a response with no language. You don't understand it, but it understands you. It knows your name, not the one you speak aloud, but the one you forget in dreams, the one that echoes back in your sleep when you call for help. It exhales it, slow and soft, right against your ear. You feel the weight lift, not quickly, not urgently. It recedes, the same way fog parts in early morning, slowly, gracefully, not gone, just stepped back. You open your eyes. The ceiling hasn't moved, but it feels farther away again, and though nothing looks different, the light feels a little dimmer now, even when it's on, like the shadows have learned to cling tighter to the corners. You sleep, eventually, but now, when the lamp turns off, you wait for the breath. You wait for the feeling of not being alone, because whatever moved in the dark, it remembers you now. It knows how you breathe. And sometimes, when you're still and quiet, and just about to slip away, you feel its breath match yours again. You wake to the scent of dust and something older, not quite mold, not quite rot, something in between, something forgotten. Your ceiling greets you in silence, a familiar patchwork of cracks and peeling white. But this morning, it feels different. You blink, narrow your eyes, and realize a piece of paint you don't remember peeling is gone. A curl of old white flakes dangles from the upper corner, by the molding that never quite fit right. Behind the peeled layer, something darker is visible, smooth and dull, like stained porcelain. You sit up slowly, the blanket heavy with sleep. The rain ticks gently at the windowsill, calm, lulling, but your gaze stays fixed on that small, open wound in the ceiling. It looks like skin. You convince yourself otherwise. Of course, it's not. It's just discolored wood, maybe something the previous owner had painted over too quickly. But when you stand on the chair, careful and quiet, and reach up with your fingertips, you don't feel wood, not even plaster. You feel something warm. You pull your hand back. Then you look closer. The peeling spreads wider now. It flakes when you breathe near it, like it was waiting for the invitation. Underneath, a shape begins to form, round, shaded, recessed, a closed eyelid. You step down from the chair and place it back by the desk. You don't touch the ceiling again that night. Rain keeps falling, soft and unending. It's a comfort, mostly. Something predictable. Something you've learned to anchor yourself to. But tonight, you hear more than rain. The walls creak as though someone's leaning against them. The floor doesn't groan, but hums faintly underfoot. And above you, quiet, but not quiet enough. The ceiling seems to. Exhale, you hold your breath. And in that stillness, you hear another. Not yours. Slow, measured, careful. A breath drawn in from just behind the paint. You sleep on the floor the next night. Just for a change, you tell yourself, just because. Not because you're avoiding the ceiling, not because you think something might be watching. You lie flat on the hardwood with your blanket pulled tight, staring at the side of the room instead of up. You don't mean to fall asleep, but when your eyes flutter open, it's still dark, and your neck aches from lying twisted too long. You roll over, slowly, quietly, and above you closer. No is the peeling paint, except it's not just an eye anymore, it's a face, half submerged beneath the flaking layer of ceiling white. Features pressed unnaturally flat against the surface, like someone molded it from behind. The eye is still closed, the brow furrowed. The lips now visible are gently curled, smiling, softly, like it knows something about you. You press your hand to the floor beneath you, steadying your breath. The face doesn't move, but something does. Behind the paint, a shift, a flex, like someone turning over in bed above your own. You don't tell anyone who would believe you. You barely believe yourself, but the next morning you notice more flakes on your pillow. White chips, like dandruff from something too large to name. You wipe them off gently, slowly, almost reverently. That day you avoid your room. You sit in the hallway instead, watching the light shift through the rain-speckled window. Your door stays closed, but when you press your ear to the wood, it's breathing again, not loud, not desperate, just there, a steady, knowing rhythm. Inhale, exhale, inhale. That night, you gather every blanket you own and curl up beneath them on the bed. Not for comfort, for barrier. You pretend you can't feel the ceiling watching you, but your heart keeps count. It counts 10 seconds between each breath from above. It counts 13 minutes of silence before the next flake falls. It counts how long you can stare without blinking, without swallowing, without crying. Eventually, you fall asleep, and when you wake, the face is gone, not gone covered. Someone has painted over it again. Fresh white smears across the ceiling, just slightly damp. Not dry enough to be from years ago, not fresh enough to still drip. You didn't do it. You would remember. The following evening, the air is heavier than usual, not humid, like something dense is sitting in the corner of the room. You walk in and immediately feel it. That weight, that presence. Your eyes trace the ceiling. No new cracks, no new paint, no face, but the smell is back. Dust and something older. You lie on your bed again. Not beneath the face, just beside where it had been. You try to tell yourself it's gone. It was never real, but then the paint begins to rise. Just a little, not flaking, stretching. From beneath, something shifts forward. A shape pressing into the surface like a body beneath a thin sheet. You can almost see it breathing. The bulge expands, contracts, the faint curve of a forehead appears, then a nose, then the lips again, still smiling. You can't move, you can't speak. All you can do is listen to the breathing and realize it's syncing with your own. You don't sleep that night, or the next. You light candles, keep the room warm, hum quietly to yourself as if that will drown out the breath from above. But the man behind the paint doesn't seem to mind. He waits. You consider leaving. You pack a bag. You unlock the front door. But when you step outside, the rain grows louder, heavier, unnatural. And when you turn back, your room feels warmer, again inviting, almost. Like the ceiling misses you. You close the door again. You unpack, and you go back upstairs. 3 nights later, you're brave enough to speak. Not a full sentence, just a whisper. You lie back in bed and look up. The smile is clearer now. The face larger, closer, but still pressed flat beneath the paint. I see you. You say, a pause, then a flake falls. Lands directly on your lips. It tastes like dust, and something sweet. You ask questions after that. Who are you? Why are you here? What do you want? No answers come in words, but the paint flakes fall in rhythm now. Sometimes one, sometimes two, sometimes three. You start to believe it's code that he's trying to answer. You begin writing it down, a tally, a sequence, an alphabet, maybe, but it never spells anything you understand, at least. Not yet. One night, the smile changes. Not wider, not cruel, just patient, as though it knows you're close. That you'll understand soon, that the final layer is about to peel. You sleep early, not from exhaustion, but permission. And when you wake, something cold touches your forehead, not paint, not water, a fingertip, just one, reaching through the crack above your bed, smearing a small mark between your eyes. When you blink, the finger is gone, but the ceiling is wet again, and the breathing has stopped. You lie still for hours, unsure if he's finally left, or if he's closer than ever. Outside, the rain continues, but now it sounds like footsteps, walking in circles just above your ceiling, soft, gentle, careful not to wake you, but you're already awake, and you know he isn't behind the paint anymore. He's inside it, waiting for you to follow. You don't mean to look at the mirror tonight. It just happens, the way rain finds its rhythm against the windowsill, the way breath turns visible in the cold air that never quite leaves this house. You walk past it the way you always do, heading for the kettle, for warmth, for anything. That isn't silence, but tonight your reflection lingers. It's only a second. Less maybe, you walk, it follows, but slower, cautious, as though it's unsure whether to move at all. You stop. It doesn't. Only when you look back, heart pattering, not pounding, does it catch up, standing in perfect imitation, still as glass. You stare into your own eyes, fogged slightly by the chill, and feel the same question rising again, the one you've asked before but never let yourself answer. Is it you looking out, or something else looking in? The mirror is large, framed in peeling silver, a remnant of the house's past life. It stretches nearly floor to ceiling and stands alone in the hall like a forgotten doorway. No matter how many times you pass it, it always feels taller than you remember, hung too high, perhaps. Or maybe the ceiling's lower again. Your breath fogs the surface. For a moment, your face fades in the mist. You reach out, gently, to wipe it away, but your reflection doesn't move. Your fingers press the glass, so do theirs. A moment later, you blink, and it's normal again. Your heartbeat slows, but not quite enough. You shake your head, laugh, softly to yourself. Maybe you're tired. Maybe you didn't sleep well last night, or the night before that, or the night before that. You keep walking. The floorboards creak more than usual tonight, but you know which ones to avoid, or you thought you did. Some of the safe spots feel softer now, warped. Listening in the kitchen, the kettle begins its slow whistle. Rain hushes down outside, heavier now. You wrap your hands around a warm mug and glance at the ceiling. You don't remember doing that before this habit of checking above, but lately it feels necessary. The same cracks still there, the one from a few nights ago, only now it runs a little longer. a thread unraveling in slow motion. You swear you saw movement between the beams, once just a flicker, but that's the sort of thing that vanishes when you look too hard. The mug warms your hands, but not the air. You take a long breath, let it settle in your lungs, and return to the hallway. You pass the mirror again and again. It waits. Only this time, you're ready. You walk slowly, deliberately, watching yourself. Your body moves. Your reflection hesitates. Just a beat, just long enough to notice. You stop. So does it. You raise your left hand. It raises its right, perfectly matched. You tilt your head to the side, and so does it. But the eyes, they're not quite right. Not wide, not afraid. They look upward, past. You dot above dot. You glance at the ceiling again, heart skipping. Nothing, no breath, no creak, just the hush of rain and the dim hum of the old light. Fixture overhead, but your reflection is still watching the ceiling, not in fear, but with something stranger, like it's listening, like it's waiting for something to return. Back away, so does it half a second late. You don't know why that delay is what makes you shiver, but it does. You move quickly now, down the hallway, past the shut door, to the room you don't use anymore. The one where the ceiling first began to bend. It's always coldest here. You tell yourself you won't look, but your eyes flick sideways, and through the narrow gap between the frame and the old warped door, you see movement, not fast, not frantic, a shadow shifting dot upward. You keep walking. You sip your tea even though it's too hot. You focus on the burn, the weight of the mug in your hands, the way the rain taps on the roof above, or is it the attic? You haven't opened the attic in months, maybe longer. The pull cord vanished one day, not broken, not torn, just gone. You finish your tea without tasting it. When you pass the mirror again, your hands are trembling. You stop in front of it. This time, your reflection is already there, already watching. Its expression is not your own. It tilts its head before. You do it, lifts a hand while yours remains still. You raise your arm slowly, testing, and it mirrors the motion just barely behind its learning. You whisper, "What do you want?" The lips don't move, but the eyes shift. Not at you, not even at the ceiling, at the hallway, at the room, at the room, at the door that never quite closes anymore. Behind you, the air changes. You don't hear anything. No footsteps, no voice, just the sense of presence, heavy, expectant, and your reflection smiles, only slightly, only with the corners of the mouth. And just before you turn around, it does something it's never done before. It blinks one slow, deliberate blink, and when your own eyes open again, the hallway is empty, and the mirror is clear. You don't remember walking away from it, but you're standing in front of the closed door now, hand resting against the wood. It feels warm, breathing, almost like skin. You step back, the light flickers, the mirror hums, and somewhere above, a creak, long and low, drifts through the beams like something stretching after sleep. You close your eyes and try to remember what your face is supposed to look like when you're not afraid, but you can still feel those eyes, watching from the other side of the glass, watching the ceiling, watching you, waiting not for the night to end, but for something else to begin. Something that's been watching longer than you've known. Something that remembers when the house was still quiet, when the mirror was still honest, when the reflection wasn't trying to warn you. You open your eyes. The mirror waits. This time, it moves first. You remember the rain, cold, honest, unfiltered. You remember lying in bed and feeling it hit your skin, not gently, but with intention, each drop a whisper, a pulse, a truth from the sky. There was no ceiling then, just the sky and the dark and the soft song of clouds unburdening themselves. It felt endless, but that was before. Now you wake to a hush that feels artificial. The kind of quiet that has been installed, not born. The kind that replaces something more alive. The kind of silence that's too symmetrical. You blink in the dark and stare upward. The ceiling is still there. It shouldn't be. You trace its lines with your eyes, the way it meets the walls like a sealed mouth. Smooth, plain, but it hums faintly, like something holding its breath. The rain no longer reaches you. It's muffled, distant, filtered through layers of material you never saw being built. No construction sounds, no scaffolding, no nails or hammering. One day, it simply was. You hadn't noticed at first. You thought maybe it had always been there, and it was just your memory that it thinned. But now you're sure. It's new, and it doesn't want. You remembering what came before. You get out of bed slowly, your joints protesting in soft cracks. The air feels denser than usual. There's pressure behind your ears. You glance at the window, half expecting to see the storm. But you don't. The curtains are drawn. You try to open them. They don't move. Your fingers tremble. Not from fear, but from some slow realization that something is being kept from you. The storm is out there. You can hear it. You can feel it. But you're not supposed to witness it. You look back at the ceiling. At first, it's still, passive, just plaster and paint. Then the sound comes, not a creak, but a fold, like something pressing inward. The center of the ceiling bulges, ever so slightly, just enough to notice. You blink, it stops, but a fine, hairline crack remains. You don't remember that being there before. You climb back into bed, but you don't lie down. You sit, watching, listening. The rain changes patterns. It always does when it wants to speak. It's not random, not to you. A memory drifts forward, slow and heavy. Being younger, being smaller, lying under open sky. The roof had collapsed, but it didn't matter. You were safe in the rain. You trusted it. The house had been broken, but the sky was honest. You reach up now, your hand toward the ceiling. Not to touch it, just to test how close it's come. You don't have to stretch far. It's lower, closer than before. And the air, it's thick, with something like time, like breath held too long. You whisper your name, just to make a sound, just to prove you still exist. The echo doesn't come back. That's new. You lie down again. Not because you're tired, but because you don't know what else to do. Sleep doesn't come, but something else does. A sound wet, rhythmic dot, not dripping, not footsteps. It's wiping dot, rubbing, as if someone were cleaning the inside of the ceiling, erasing fingerprints or memories. You hold your breath, it stops. You exhale, slowly, quietly, and then the sound starts again. But this time, it's not above you, it's behind. The walls, something's circling the room. You close your eyes. You count your breaths. 1, 2, 3. The sound halts. The air shifts. Something's changed. You open your eyes, and you see it. A section of the ceiling is gone, not broken, not cracked, just missing an absence shaped like a memory. Through the gap, you don't see beams or insulation. You see sky, clouds, rain. A single drop falls. It lands on your cheek, warm and slow. It remembers you. You sit up too quickly, the bed creaking beneath you. You look again, but the hole is gone. The ceiling is whole, smooth, smiling. You feel the drop evaporate from your skin, as if it was never there, but it was, and something in your chest aches because of it. You crawl to the edge of your bed and place your hand flat on the wall. It's warm, throbbing, alive, as though someone on the other side is pressing their palm to yours. You whisper again, louder this time. Who built it? No answer. Only the return of that soft, deliberate sound. Wipe, wipe, wipe from within. The ceiling itself, it's not keeping things out, it's keeping things in. You lie back down, close your eyes. Try not to think, but thinking is all you can do now. The ceiling is not a roof, it's a lid, and you're not in a house, you're in a box. You're the thing they wanted to forget. You're the memory they sealed away. You feel the weight of that truth settle in your bones, deep and humming. You look around the room. The corners are too sharp, the angles too perfect. The walls, they don't end. They just continue, as if behind each one is another layer, and another, like a nesting doll of prisons. You crawl too. The corner, you press your ear to the seam. A voice, faint and distant, calls your name, not a warning, not a threat, just tired recognition. You remember that voice, it used to sing when the rain was loud. It used to hum lullabies you didn't know. The words too, but still understood. You press your palm harder, and the voice whispers again. Why did you leave? You whisper back. I didn't. They just closed the sky. Silence, and then a sound above you. The creak of a rafter that shouldn't exist. A footstep, light and steady. And another, something is walking across the ceiling, but not above. It within it. You look up, and for the first time, you don't blink. The crack widens, paint flakes down like soft snow, and in the center, a small, round hole, an eye. Not yours, not anyone's, you know, but it knows you. It blinks once, slowly, then vanishes. The ceiling seals. You stare for minutes, hours, days. You're not sure anymore. Eventually, the rain returns louder than before. The rhythm is different now. Less like weather, more like words, more like knocking. You sit up again, and you listen. The pattern repeats, again and again. Not random, intentional, as if someone is trying to get in, or trying to get you out. You crawl to the center of the room. You sit beneath the place where the crack used to be, where the eye had watched. You whisper, softer than before. I remembered the sky. You wait, and for the first time in this new ceilinged world, something answers. The rain stops. A hush falls over everything, and then the ceiling breathes inward, like lungs filled with regret, like a memory waking up. The walls tremble, not violently, just enough to remind you, you were never meant to be inside. This room wasn't meant to last. This ceiling was never real. It was made quickly, poorly, and the cracks are growing again. The silence is thinning. The rain is coming back, and maybe, just maybe, next time, it will remember how to fall through. The ceiling creaks when you whisper. It's not loud. It's not even enough to wake most people. But you're not most people. Not anymore. You hear the way the air shifts above you when your breath becomes a thought too soft to speak aloud. The way the beams seem to bend in reply. You lie there in the quiet, listening to the house breathe. There's a name in your mouth, one you've never spoken before. You don't know where it came from, it simply arrived, tucked beneath your tongue like something left behind. You whisper it once, barely a breath, and the ceiling answers with a long, low groan. The wood expands just, slightly, like it's heard you, like it's listening. You stare upward. You can't see much, just the faint outline of lines where the plaster meets the beams. But you feel it. You feel watched. It started last night. You'd rolled over in your sleep and heard a whisper that wasn't yours. A half-syllable caught between the walls. At first, you blamed the storm outside, the wind in the chimney, or the groan of wet branches. But when you whispered back, just to see, the sound came again. One word, soft, drawn out. Your name, tonight. You test it. You sit in the middle of your bed, staring up at the ceiling that seems lower than it was the day before. You say another name, a new one that isn't yours. You don't know where it came from either. You just know it deeply, like it belongs to this house. The floorboards creak, not beneath you, but above. You tilt your head, heart pacing faster now. You whisper again, just a question this time. Who are you? No answer. But the silence grows warmer, closer, like breath held against your ear. You remember the journal, the one tucked behind the old heater vent, with pages that flaked as you turned them. You'd found it the first week you moved in. You couldn't read most of it, water damage, or age, or maybe something else. But a few lines remained. Don't speak at night, not above a whisper. It listens, it answers. You thought it was poetry. Now you're not so sure. You lie back down and pull the blanket tighter around you. The rain has stopped, but the tapping. Hasn't you thought it was the windows, but they're sealed shut? Thought it might be the pipes. But there's no heat running. It's in the ceiling now. Inside it like fingers drumming behind a wall. You whisper again. This time you say nothing specific. Just a sound, a question buried in breath. And the reply comes the faint, shuddering moan of beams adjusting, of something pressing down on them from above. You imagine someone, something stretched out across the ceiling, ear pressed to the floorboards, listening, waiting for you to speak. You try silence. For hours, you don't make a sound. Not even your thoughts are allowed to finish. But the tension doesn't ease. The ceiling doesn't return to stillness. In fact, the longer you stay silent, the more it wants to be spoken to. There's a hum now. You can't tell if it's in your ears or in the walls. Low and constant, like a voice buried in the grain of the wood. A hum that calls for your attention. You whisper once more, "What do you want?" The hum rises into a sharp creak, a shiver, down the spine of the room. Dust sifts down from a small crack above your head. Not much, just a whisper of it, as if something moved. You wake just after midnight with your lips already parted, a breath caught at the edge of speech. You don't remember dreaming, but your hands are clenched and your back is soaked in sweat. The room is silent, too silent. Even the walls are holding their breath. You whisper the name again, the one that came to you first. The syllables feel older now, like they carry weight, like something ancient lives inside them. This time, the ceiling answers clearly. A long, deliberate crack sounds just above your head. A split forming, slowly, deliberately, and in that silence that follows, something moves, not across the beams, but inside them. You stay very still and whisper again. It becomes a conversation over the next few nights. You speak, and it replies, not in words, but in the language of the house. The stretch and groan of wood, the flutter of something crawling beneath plaster, the occasional tap-tap from inside the vent. Sometimes it laughs, or something close to it. You begin to learn the pattern, the way the ceiling tightens when you speak too loudly, the way the shadows ripple faintly when you lie. You whisper truths instead, fragments of old memories, fears you thought you'd buried, things you've never said aloud. It listens, it always listens, and sometimes it remembers. You test it further. You speak names from dreams, faces you don't recall, people you don't know. The ceiling reacts to some more than others. One name made the walls shiver. Another silenced the room entirely, not even the rain daring to fall. You begin to wonder if it knows you better than you know yourself, or if it's just trying to. Tonight, you sit in the middle of the bed again. The light is off. The moon has disappeared behind clouds. Everything is grey and dim. You whisper one last question. What are you? No answer. At first, then a sound, soft and deliberate. A stretch, then a snap, like something shifting its weight. The crack in the ceiling widens by a hair, and you hear something drop, not onto the floor, but into your mind. A word, no language you know. Yet it's clear in meaning. Host. You stay still for a long time. The ceiling doesn't move again, but it no longer feels like wood. It feels like skin, like something breathing, watching, waiting for the next whisper. And even though your lips remain shut, the word forms anyway, soundless and invisible. A whisper without breath. And above you, the ceiling replies, you haven't slept well in days. Even when you leave the room, even when you lock the door behind you, turn the lights on in another part of the house, or even go outside, the feeling comes with you. That feeling of something just above. It's in your shoulders now, always pressing. Not like weight, more like awareness. Like how you know someone's behind you before they speak. Like a pressure you can't name. You thought it would stay in the room. You thought whatever clung to the ceiling, the blinking eyes, the shifting paint, the mouth that didn't move but always seemed like it might, would stay behind when you left. But the first night you tried sleeping on the couch, the rain began again, and this time it tapped from inside the fireplace. You didn't go back to the bedroom, but you didn't sleep on the couch again either. Now you drift from corner to corner, avoiding ceilings, avoiding walls, lying in strange places where there's too much light or too much sound, just enough to drown out the silence you've come to fear. Even outside, the feeling doesn't leave. You sat on the porch once, letting the storm spray your face, and in the corner of your vision, up in the trees, you saw it. A square shape where no square should be. A patch of darker sky above you, flat, heavy, unmoving, like a piece of your ceiling had followed you out into the woods. You didn't look directly at it. You just stood and went back inside, without questioning why. The dreams have changed, too. You dream of staircases, but they lead nowhere. You walk halls that loop back into themselves. And always, always, there's a ceiling overhead, even when there shouldn't be. In one dream, you're in a vast open field, stars sparkling above you. You breathe in deep, feel the grass beneath your feet, the wind in your ears. You think maybe finally you've escaped, but then the stars blink, not twinkle, blink dot, and suddenly the sky feels closer, In another dream, you're underwater, swimming toward the surface, lungs aching, but you never reach the air. You strike your head on something smooth, cold, and unmoving. You look up, and it's not water anymore. It's a ceiling, wet, wooden, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. You wake, gasping, your hands stretched upward, and the ceiling above your bed is just a little closer than it was before. You stop speaking aloud in the house. It started with a whisper. Your name, maybe, or someone else's. You don't remember saying it, but you remember the creak, the way the ceiling answered down. You say nothing, not even to yourself. Every sound feels like a message, and you're afraid it might understand. Sometimes you write instead, quick notes, reminders, journal entries. You burn after reading, but even the scratch of your pen feels too loud. You taped blankets across the ceiling, layers of cloth to keep it out of view, but they don't stay dot in the morning. They're folded neatly at the foot of your bed. Every time, no mess, no disturbance, just waiting, and the ceiling stares back, unchanged, uncanging. One night, you drive. You don't know where you're going. You just want to leave. The rain follows. Of course, it always does. But now it sounds different. Instead of pattering against your windshield, it thumps softly against your roof. Steady, like footsteps. Careful, like someone tiptoeing. You don't stop the car. Hours pass. You don't remember roads, just trees. You're far from home when you finally pull over, too tired to keep going. You lean your head back, eyes closed, just for a moment, and you wake up in your bed, just like that. No drive, no explanation, no memory of turning round. And when you sit up, the ceiling greets you, closer than ever. Your phone doesn't work. Anymore, you've tried calling friends, family, anyone. But the calls always cut out after a single ring. When you check the call history, the name is never one you recognize. Just a string of characters, or worse. Your own number. Once, you heard breathing on the other end. Soft, familiar, like someone sleeping beside you, or above you. Now, you don't call anyone. You just listen to the rain. It's louder inside the house. Louder when you're underneath. Something. It pulses in patterns. Not random, not chaotic, but almost musical. You've caught yourself tapping along without realizing it. Like it's teaching you. Like you're learning its language. One night, you wake with a thought. What if it's not a ceiling? What if it never was? What if it's a mouth that hasn't opened yet? A lid waiting to be lifted. A skin stretched tight over something that still breathes. You stare up, and something shifts. Not visually, not physically, but deeper. A sense of shifting, like something just turned its head. You don't scream. You never scream anymore. You only whisper. And sometimes it whispers back. Lately, your shadow doesn't match. You've noticed it in the mirrors. The delay again, like before. But now it doesn't even pretend. It moves differently. It stands still when you move, and sometimes moves when you don't. And always, always it looks up. You covered all the mirrors, but you still see it in reflections, puddles, windows. The shine on the floor. Your shadow is afraid of the ceiling, but not for the same reasons you are. Sometimes you try not to sleep. You light candles. You pace the floor. You turn every lamp on until the house buzzes with heat and color. But eventually you do sleep, and when you wake, things have moved. Furniture, rugs, doors open that were closed, windows unlocked, rainwater where it shouldn't be. Once you found? Muddy footprints across the ceiling beams. You don't look at them anymore. You don't clean them either. What would be the point? Tonight, the rain is quiet. That's how you know something is wrong. You lie on your back, still and breathless, staring up into the silence. The ceiling is darker now, not shadowed, but absent, like a hole punched through reality. And you feel it, not weight, but presence. It's not above you, it's with you. Not outside your skin, but inside your thoughts. Behind your eyes, humming in the part of your mind where language falls apart. You sit up slowly, and your reflection in the window doesn't move. You want to run, but you already know. There's nowhere it hasn't followed. Everywhere you go, it's there before you. Every ceiling is just a mask it wears. Every whisper in the walls, every tick in the floor, every blink in the dark. All of it is it dot. It isn't hunting you. It's waiting for you to understand, waiting for you to remember. Because now you dream of a time before the ceiling, and something else is starting to dream through you. You wake to the sound of something breaking, not loudly, not all at once. It's a slow, deliberate sound, like the stretching of ice just before it gives way. You lie still beneath the thin blanket, your eyes fixed on the ceiling. But it isn't the ceiling this time. It's higher than that. It's the sky. You step outside and the air is still, too still. The trees are motionless. The wind has forgotten how to breathe. Even the rain, ever present in this place, seems reluctant to fall. It hovers mid-air, trembling in place like it's afraid to touch the ground. And above you, the sky is breaking. Thin white lines, like fractures in old porcelain, stretch across the clouds. You blink. They're still there, not clouds at all. Now that you really see them, there's something else. A shell, a barrier, a mask over something deeper, something stranger. One crack runs from the tip of the moon to the edge of your roof. Another splits the stars in half. You can't tell if they're distant or close, whether the sky is miles above or just a breath away. A droplet of rain touches your cheek, but it's warm. You wipe it away and look at your hand. The droplet is red. You step back under the overhang, the roof groaning quietly above. The ceiling, that cursed ceiling that's watched you sleep, that's breathed behind paint, that's followed you into your dreams. Now it feels like it's stretching outward, upward, becoming the sky itself, as if the room was never a room at all, but just the beginning of something larger. Another crack forms directly above your head. You hear it this time, not as a sound, but a pressure in your ears, a kind of internal whisper, like teeth grinding, behind your eyes. And through the crack, you see something move. It's not a person. Not exactly. It's you. But not you. A version of yourself that walks slower, head tilted. Your limbs bend slightly wrong. Your eyes shine too brightly, too steadily. You watch it, know them move just behind the cracks. Several of you now. Not in a mirror, not in a dream, but between the fractures in the sky. They look down at you, unblinking. You whisper your own name, and their mouths open, but they don't speak. They wait. You back into the doorway of your home, unsure if you're escaping or inviting something in. Behind you, the floorboards sigh. The ceiling feels lower again. You know the feeling by now, the breathless pressure, the silent folding of air as space contracts. Rain finally begins to fall again, but it's falling upward. It rises from the grass like reversed teardrops, drifting up toward the fractured sky, and as it touches the cracks, it disappears, absorbed, consumed. You wonder if it's just rain being taken, or if it's memories. 2. Because now you can't quite remember what day it is, or how long you've been here. You step into the hallway, unsure of where you meant to go. The mirror waits for you at the end. You almost expect it to ripple, but it's still, too still. Your reflection is there. Watching. You lift your hand. It does too, but it watches the ceiling, not you. You follow its gaze. Above you, in the plaster, something pulses. A crack, not like the ones outside. This one is deep, jagged, angry. It runs from one corner of the hallway to the center of the ceiling. Something dark seeps from it, not water, not paint. You reach up, almost without thinking. The air around your fingers grows colder as they approach the crack, though the rest of the house remains humid and dense. You don't touch it. You can't. Your hand stops a few inches short, as if repelled by something invisible or protected. Behind the crack, you hear something stir. Not crawl, not shift. Stir, like it's waking, like it's noticed you. You back away slowly. The mirror is no longer showing your face. It's showing the sky. Not this sky, the broken one. And in it, those other versions of you are closer now. Pressed against the other side, they tap the glass. Once, twice. In rhythm, you turn around, and every tap echoes above you. In the ceiling, you don't remember ever going upstairs, but somehow you're on the second floor now. The hallway stretches, longer than before. Pictures on the wall show a house like yours, but always slightly different. In one, the rain falls in spirals. In another, the windows blink. In a third, you're standing outside, but the sky is inside. Each picture has cracks across it. You try to look away, but your eyes linger. Something about the third one, the version of you in it. They're holding something, a mirror, but the reflection in that mirror isn't them, it's you, and your mouth is open. You realize you're holding your breath. You let it out. The ceiling groans. A piece of it falls, dust scattering through the hallway like falling ash. You flinch, but the house doesn't shake. It simply sighs, like it's finally letting something in or out. You open the nearest door. It's not a bedroom anymore. It's the outside again. The broken sky is directly above, without roof or attic. Your house is folding into itself. Or maybe reality is. You step out, but your foot doesn't touch the ground. It touches a reflection of the ground, a perfect, moving surface that ripples around you. The sky has become the floor, and the ceiling has become endless. The other versions of you are walking freely now, past the cracks, unafraid. One of them pauses, looks at you, tilts its head, points upward. You follow the gesture. Another crack is opening. This one is different. It's shaped like a door, not a metaphor, not a vision. A door in the sky, outlined in glowing fractures. You feel a question form behind your eyes, something not in words but in sensation, a kind of asking, a kind of urging. Do you want to go through? Have you already gone through? The rain starts to fall downward again, gently, then faster. The rippling ground dissolves into puddles. The air is warmer, softer. The version of you fades into the rain, and the crack in the sky closes. You're back in your hallway. Alone, the mirror is empty. The pictures are blank, but the ceiling still breathes. And somewhere above, just beyond it, something is waiting for the next fracture. Something that remembers your face. Even if you no longer remember your name, The sheets are tucked too tightly around your legs, not in the way you remember doing it, not in the way you prefer. You lie still, staring at the ceiling, that familiar ceiling, yet something feels wrong tonight. The corners seem more curved, the beams more bowed. You breathe in the musty air, and it doesn't smell like home. It smells like old paper and distant storms, like a story that was never finished, left to rot between floorboards and the pillows. They hold an indent that doesn't fit your head. You tell yourself it's just sleep playing tricks again, that the tapping in the walls has finally crawled into your thoughts, that maybe the dreams you've been having, the ones where you're walking through your house only to find it filled with strangers, are just that, dreams. But something about this room, this bed, this moment is heavier. You turn your head slowly to the side. The window is open. You don't remember opening it. Beyond the glass, rain floats in place, suspended, unmoving mid-fall. The drops shimmer like pearls, frozen in the air. You blink, and one slides upward, melting back. Into the sky, a soft sigh escapes your throat. You want to speak, to say something, anything, but the room listens too closely. The shadows in the corners lean in when you breathe. And above you, from the ceiling, comes a sound, weeping, soft, like someone trying not to be heard, controlled, but unmistakable. It comes in hiccuping waves, muffled by the wooden beams. You stare up, and your pulse slows until you can feel each beat individually, like counting the seconds between lightning and thunder. Whoever is crying up there isn't new. The sound feels etched into the house. Like it's been weeping for so long, the walls have shaped themselves around it. You reach a hand out to touch the ceiling above your head, but it's too far, or maybe it just feels farther than it is. Like the house is stretching, bending, away from your touch. You whisper, "Hello." The crying stops instantly, and that's somehow worse. The stillness after is so sharp you can feel it along your skin, like cold metal grazing your arm. You try to sit up, but the sheets resist. You tug harder, they don't loosen. It's as if the bed is holding you in place, memorizing the shape of your body, deciding whether or not to let go. You glance to the foot of the bed. There's something under the blanket, a shape, small, round, still a pillow. No, that's not a pillow. That's a head. You freeze. Hair, long and damp, spills over the edge of the mattress. Not moving, not breathing, just lying there, pressed to the far edge of the bed like it's always been there. Like you're the one intruding. Your mouth goes dry. You whisper again, "Who's there?" This time, the ceiling answers, but not with a voice, with motion. Something shifts above you, a scraping, followed by the soft creak of old wood. Dust floats down in lazy spirals. You watch it fall or rise. It's hard to tell anymore. The dust doesn't obey gravity. It swims in the air like thought. You close your eyes, just for a moment, just to blink. When you open them, the ceiling is closer. Not dramatically, but enough. The beams press downward, now less than an arm's length away. You stare at them, trying to convince yourself they've always been that close. That the house isn't shrinking. That it isn't breathing in and holding its breath with you. Inside it, you look back to the shape at the foot of the bed. It's gone. The blanket is smooth. You sit up fast, and now the sheets don't resist. They come away easily, too easily, like they wanted you up. Like something else took your place while you lay still. You swing your legs off the side of the bed. and press your feet to the cold floor. The boards are slick beneath you, damp from something unseen. You glance at the window again. It's still open, but no air moves through it. And then you see them on the floor. Bare, wet footprints. Not yours. They start from the far corner of the room. They stop at the side of the bed. The same side where the shape had been. The same spot where the weeping began. You reach down and touch one with your finger. It's not water, it's warm. Your hand shakes slightly as you wipe it on the sheet. You hear a knock, not at the door, not at the walls. Above 3 knocks, 3 knocks, measured. Polite, you don't want to look, but you do. There's a hatch in the ceiling. It wasn't there before. Not in any of the nights you've spent here. Not in any of the dreams. You rise slowly, knees unsteady, and move toward the center of the room. The ceiling bends away with every step, avoiding you, teasing you, until you're directly beneath the hatch. Another knock, this one softer. Closer, you reach for the chair by the desk. It's the only thing tall enough to get you close. As you climb up, the air thickens. It tastes like attic dust and something metallic. You're careful with your balance, hands raised toward the hatch. It opens before you touch it. No creak, no groan, just a slow, silent swing, revealing a dark space. Above, pitch black. No light, no movement, and then a whisper, barely audible. Why are you in my bed? It's not angry, it's not loud, it's hurt. You freeze. Behind you, the room stretches. The shadows along the walls pull upward, drawn to the ceiling, and in the space above, something shifts. Eyes open, dozens of them, some small, some far too large, all of them watching you. You blink once, twice, and the eyes vanish, replaced by wooden beams, cracked plaster, dust. You climb down slowly. Carefully, the hatch above swings, closed on its own, clicking into place as though it had always been there. The ceiling doesn't move again, but it feels heavier, closer. You walk to the bed, hesitant, and lift the sheet. The indents are gone, as if no one, not you, not anyone, ever lay here. The room hums softly now, a low lullaby made of rain and distant weeping. You lie back down, not because you want to, but because you're tired, not in your bones, but in your thoughts, in the part of you that no longer fights the questions, that accepts you'll never fully understand who watched from the beams, or who whispered from above. The sheets don't resist this time, but as your eyes grow heavy, you hear it once more, a breath, not yours, right above your head, and a voice, soft and distant. You're not the first. You don't respond. You just stare at the ceiling as the rain begins to rise again, drop by drop, back toward the sky you can't see. My sister died 2 years ago. Last night, she called and said, I'm not alone. It is said that you must be prepared to listen if you wish to communicate with the dead. None of that nonsense ever made sense to me. Spirits, ghosts, and signs from beyond ... merely made up tales to aid in sleep at night. One such believer was my sister Mia. Life after death was her obsession. As a precaution, she even requested to be buried with a walkie-talkie. She was killed in a vehicle accident 2 years ago. No notice, no farewells. She was on the phone with me 1 minute, claiming that she believed someone was following her, and then there was nothing. 20 minutes later, they discovered her body. Since then, I have changed. I stopped taking calls altogether for a spell. I felt sick just listening to the ringtone. However, something forced me to pick up tonight at 2:13 a.m., blocked displayed on my screen. I responded after letting it ring once, then twice. I initially only heard static, like an ancient radio sandwiched between 2 stations. It was faint. Then someone said up, ... Alex. My chest constricted. Mia was the one. She spoke haltingly. Listen to me, Alex. You must leave that place. The folks in the residence are not trustworthy. I nearly dropped the phone because I sat up so quickly. What on earth are you discussing? Mia, even so, how are you? They're not real, she said in a strained, harsher voice. They are not what you believe them to be. I had to warn you, even though I didn't want to call. You're in danger. When I said, there's no one here, I live alone, the call was cut off. I didn't get any sleep. I paced my apartment for the next hour, making sure all the windows and locks were in working order. I pulled open all the drawers in the closet. After viewing a scary movie, I even peered beneath the bed like a 5-year-old nothing. There was nobody in the end. I dismissed it as a cruel joke, or perhaps a breakdown. My mind playing tricks on me wouldn't be the first time. Bereavement is a powerful medication. I went to the kitchen to pour myself a drink at approximately 3:45 a.m. then. I stopped. The sink contained 2 glasses. I had only made use of one. They were both soaked. I backed out of the kitchen after staring at them for a full minute. At that moment, I heard the creak of a floorboard in the corridor behind me. I turned around. There was nobody, however. The door to the guest room was open. That door is never opened by me. Her belongings have remained there since Mia passed away. Her attire, her novels. She had owned the teddy animals since she was 6 years old. I never leave the room open. Locked, it was open a little now. I ought to have departed at that moment. I grabbed my keys and left immediately. However, I didn't. I went inside instead. It was chilly outside. The window was closed, but the drapes were moving slightly. Her stuffed kitten was sitting on the bed, sitting up straight, facing the door. It should have been in a box. It was in a box. I know that. My phone then rang once more. Blocked, I replied. Her voice was urgent and scared, this time, little more than a whisper. They're observing you. Don't show them that you're afraid. Who is observing me? I muttered, quiet. Then my front door was knocked on 3 times. Slow, heavy, Mia. Then stated, they're inside already. I ran, dropping the phone. I shut myself up in the restroom. I was struggling to slow my breathing as I was out of breath, attempting to be reasonable, however. After that, ... the front door creaked open, and I heard it. No footsteps, simply being there. as if the air itself had become thicker. I touched the bathroom door with my ear. Nothing. Then something touched the opposite. Sighed. A whisper so faint that I doubted its veracity. Alex, my name. Mia's voice. However, there was a problem. Too silent. Drawn out. Then I recalled her phone conversation. The folks in your home are not trustworthy. However, I live alone at that. Point I looked up. I noticed something in the mirror in the restroom. There was a reflection behind me. I turned around. There is nothing there. I turned to face the mirror again. It's still there, a tall figure, standing motionless in the reflection behind me. Not a face, no eyes, only a presence. Then, in a perfect mimicry of Mia's voice, it moved. Closer, pressing its breath against the back of my neck and whispering, "Alex, I never died. I just got home." Asterisk, 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 I don't recall opening the door. I have no recollection of leaving the house. All I know is that I was half-dressed, barefoot, and trembling so violently that I almost broke the key when attempting to start the automobile. It wasn't until daylight that I returned. During the day, dogs are being walked by their neighbors, children riding bicycles. It all felt ... secure. I returned inside. Everything appeared to be typical, with one exception, though. My mobile phone still on the floor of the bathroom. My call history was accessible. Mia is the last call, not blocked, only her name. Like I still had communication with her. However, 2 years ago, I erased her. I tapped the name. She opened her contact profile. The number remained stored. The number is 911-66-6000. I didn't make the call. Instead, I broke the phone. I left home. Right now, I'm lodging in a hotel. Purchased a new phone. New phone number. A fresh start. However, the landline rang yesterday night. I had no idea that there was a phone in the room. I took it up, not moving. Then she spoke. Alex. Once more, it was her. She remarked, "You still don't get it. The house isn't the problem." Then she broke down in tears. I attempted to alert you. I made an effort. "What do you mean?" I muttered. She cried more intensely. Choked out after that. "You brought it along." The line then died. Asterisk, 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 I am not sharing. This to show pity. As a caution, I'm posting it. If a loved one calls you after they've passed away, don't respond, even when they're in tears, even though it seems like they are in need of you. Because after you respond, ... they are able to locate you. There's a song about the Appalachian Mountains, and it might be in your DNAs. The first college graduate in my family, my dad was a fisherman, and my mum left Appalachia at the age of 17 to work as a waitress and a fisherman in Alaska. I can honestly state that becoming a geneticist is an amazing career. Until recently, I wouldn't have traded my job for anything because I enjoy it. Right now, I nearly wish I hadn't traveled outside of Alaska. I want to start by stating for the record that both of my parents are among the best and smartest individuals I know. My mother can identify local plants by name, including their genus, species, function, and native habitat. She also knows almost every plant in the area. "Okay, Sammy, I need you to find me something that's safe to eat." She would take me for a stroll when I was a child, and I would run into the woods and return with something. Since many Alaskan natural plants are edible, it was quite simple to try to stump her by bringing random bark or anything like that. Was the fun part of the game. However, it was difficult to stump her. She would educate me on the characteristics, capabilities, and optimal application of anything I brought back. We would take a sample home and see if it was in any of her books, if she wasn't positive. She lived in a small hamlet at the foot of Black Mountain, and occasionally she would tell me a little bit about Kentucky. She would occasionally tell me about some of the unique flora she discovered as a child while trekking through the hills where she grew up, when we were hiking behind our house after school. The nice thing about red elderberry hobblebush is that after painting a verbal image that was so detailed I could have drawn it myself, she would take out a notepad or piece of paper, which she always seemed to have with her hand, sketch me a lovely illustration of the plant. When I went off to college, she gave me that notebook, and I used some of my free time to paste in the loose drawings and write captions or brief remarks. I never really questioned her about her early years. She would discuss the plants, or perhaps share a story about her family. She had 7 siblings whenever I inquired about Kentucky. However, she would respond evasively when I asked more complex queries. I assumed as a child that she just liked to talk about plants. As I grew older, I thought she may find the past too hard to discuss. She would occasionally stop and stoop down to show me something while she was gathering ingredients for dinner or herbs for her medical cabinet, which she nicknamed the mushrooms. Magic cabinet for some reason. She would typically then sketch it for me as well. She consistently expressed her desire for me to comprehend the vast realm of natural science and plant medicine. I'm pleased she told me that since I used to wonder how many hundreds of years it had been since someone else had walked the same trail as me on those lengthy afternoon excursions through dense woods. Salesmen would occasionally peddle the old encyclopedias from door to door, and my mother would buy them. Once, in Noah's Land, Alaska, she paid a lot more to have color picture encyclopedias brought to our home. My dad simply sighed, kissed her on the head, and remarked, "The price of having an intelligent wife," after she handed him the bill. In essence, my dad is a living farmer's almanac. In his deep mountain drawl, he would exclaim, "Ah, hate when the weather takes a turn like that," as he looks up at a clear blue sky. The following day, a storm will roll through, bringing down trees and power lines. He once told me, working on boats, Miri, you either learn the sea or the sky, or both. When I asked him how he acquired such a superpower, learning the sky will help you survive, learning the sea will help you manage at work, but learning both will help you discover a second home. My full name, Samira, inspired both of my parents' nicknames for me. To be honest, my feelings regarding the forest have always been the same. You'll be alright if you know the soil well enough to recognize what's mending and the sky well enough to forecast the weather. Anyone who is willing to learn can benefit greatly from living in the forest. Or, so I believed. I'll tell the truth. My early years were fantastic. I learned from one or both of my parents while alternating between Earth and the sea. Mum would take me into the mountains and teach me about plants, and Dad would take me out on the fishing boat and show me how to operate it. I had plenty of time to study from the 2 best professors I could have ever asked for, because schools in that region of Alaska could be somewhat relaxed back then. I am aware that not many children had that experience. I was fortunate. I accepted a full-ride scholarship to North Carolina, which is located at the foot of the Appalachians. After graduating from my tiny high school, during my time in college, my parents only came to see me when I earned my bachelor's degree, master's degree, and doctorate. They attended all 3 graduations. despite the fact that my dad held her arm as if she might float away and my mum was constantly glancing around as if she thought someone might jump her. I should have given it more careful thought, but I didn't. I now feel bad for assuming that my sweet rustic parents were simply anxious around large groups because my mum resided in Kentucky, not North Carolina. They probably weren't afraid to leave home, so I tossed it aside, even if I was a little offended that they didn't come to visit me at college on any weekends. Neither of them received the recognition they merited from me. Honestly, I didn't give their terror the recognition it merited. In retrospect, I see that I thought I was simply smarter than them. I'm not, and many people would have avoided a great deal of suffering if I had recognized it sooner. I started hunting for work as soon as I graduated. Finding a career as a geneticist is typically not the same as attempting to find a job with a degree in, say, business. You talk to your teachers and develop contacts in school with people you think will offer you a job after you graduate, rather than going to Indeed and filling out 40 applications. I had 4 job offers, one in Texas, one in California, one in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, and one in Seattle. Washington, Texas, and California were immediately disqualified because they were too hot for me. Seattle was more difficult, but I was excited about the prospect of being on the sea once more. And my dad's route occasionally brought him near the coast of Seattle, so perhaps I might see him more often. However, I was drawn to Massachusetts. For some reason, my mother only remarked, "If you think that's a good idea," when I told her that I was considering accepting the job offer in Massachusetts after we had talked about my alternatives. Once more, I erred by presuming she simply didn't want me to be so distant. I repeatedly reassured her that I would return home for Christmas, birthdays, and all other significant occasions. But it didn't seem to change the oddly depressing tone in which she spoke whenever we discussed it. At last, I decided to take the position without hesitation. Things started becoming strange when I relocated to Massachusetts in October. My mother was the first to do it. On my first day there, she gave me a call, and our chat began as usual. "So what do you think of the house?" she inquired, looking happy. "Does it appear as it does in the photos?" I looked around my living room and said, "The wood floors are beautiful and appear to be in perfect condition, but it's much smaller than the pictures made it look. I'm eager to set up some furniture on my spacious front porch, perhaps a hammock or something." I entered the kitchen and began to narrate more. "It's roughly the same size as the kitchen in that Airbnb where we stayed a few years ago." "So, postage stamp sized?" she asked with a laugh. Yes, I laughed with her. However, the oven appears to be in decent shape, and the refrigerator is a very recent model. I can get around that, but it's about as much storage space as my college dorm room. In addition, the space feels incredibly stylish and sophisticated because of this amazing brick support beam that extends from the corner of my living room to the kitchen and up into the attic, where I have my bedroom. "You always loved that old school chic style," she said, her voice beaming with a smile. "How would you describe your bedroom? Is it sufficiently large?" "Yeah, it's basically the size of the first floor, and I have my own little ensuite bathroom up there, which is awesome," I said, nodding as I began to up the stairs to my attic room. "Additionally, it has a large window, which is where I believe I want to place my workstation. I'll still have plenty of room if my bed moves across the room." My mother, whom I know quite well, seemed to change her tone from one of genuine optimism to one of artificial lightness when she said, "Do you have curtains for your windows? Is the sole restroom located on the upper floor?" When you have visitors, that will irritate them. Yeah, I really should get my curtains hung tonight, or I won't sleep very well. I sighed as I looked at the empty curtain bar and the pile of blackout curtains on the floor next to it. I really need my blackout curtains, you know? No, there is a half bath in the first floor laundry area. Although it's okay, I would much prefer have the laundry room than a garage. It's close to the kitchen, and the laundry room has a back door that leads to the back porch. Do your doors have deadbolts? She said in a more solemn tone. By that time, I had returned downstairs and looked at the solid wood front door, saying, yes, the back door, no, the front door. Additionally, do you have curtains for every window? You mean more than your bedroom? Yeah, but I can wait a while before I hang those, I said, rolling my eyes. I'm not trying to be bossy, she continued after pausing, but that needs to be a priority. To save you from having to cook tonight, I'll order you a pizza or something. However, please raise those curtains tonight before the sun sets. I grinned and said, thank you so much, Mum. To help you with that, I'll SMS you my new address. You are the greatest. It's my pleasure, sweetheart, she answered. Do you need to unpack a lot? I looked at the few boxes strewn about and said, not really. Much of the labor-intensive job was done for me by the movers. I'll put my dishes away later. They're now in the dishwasher. I can also fold my garments rather slowly. Has anyone told you what to do yet? She inquired. I chuckled and said, Mum, I haven't even started my job yet. I am clueless about the duties of my job. She said, listen to me carefully, Samira, please, without laughing. You'd better take notes, because I won't repeat this again for fear that you'll think I've gone crazy. I was immediately transported back to my childhood when I nearly trod on a snake. In a harsh voice that didn't seem like her, I recall my mother shouting, Samira, just stop there. The snake curled up directly in front of me, and I recall stopping with my foot in the air, staring down and almost urinating. I'm still not sure how she saw it from 10 yards away while I missed it, but her tone now evoked the same emotion in me. When I was ready, I informed her after rushing to get a pen and paper. First, no whistling at night, she replied, taking a long breath as if this would require a lot of her energy. Never, you hear, not even to call the dog inside. I didn't have a dog yet, but I knew better than to interrupt. You never know what else will hear you whistling and run. Second, at night, draw the blinds. Whether you're in the basement, penthouse, or ground floor, it makes no difference to me. As soon as the sun begins to set, the blinds on any windows should be drawn. Third, locate an acorn and place it on your windowsill. Ideally, it should be in your bedroom, but any location would do. If you can see out, then other things can see in. Keep taking notes and simply have faith in me, Sammy, because I know you will stop when you don't understand what I'm saying. She had completely caught me laughing. As of right now, my notes stated, don't whistle at night. At night, draw the blinds. Of course, acorn. After adding place acorn on windowsill, I said, all right, I'm still taking notes. What comes next? She said, read back to me what you have so far, exactly as it's written down. Rather than continuing, she remarked, okay, that's good enough, after I sighed and followed her instructions. Fourth, never trust a nighttime light that doesn't originate from your home or yourself. Always take a flashlight with you, and always maintain a nice pen light in your purse. You get it. In a dry voice, I coughed out, yeah, Always carry a light and don't trust lights that aren't mine. Yeah, I don't know if I follow. I nodded, remembering that she couldn't see me. Do you mean, for example, to avoid standing in front of traffic lights? You can't blame me. The midnight sun makes everyone strange. I did that once when I was 5 years old. Mum. In Alaska, the sun remains up for about 20 hours or longer, depending on where you are in the summer after, nearly disappearing in the winter. This phenomenon is known as the midnight sun. It seems that when I was very young, I would remark sunrise, pointing to any light source. This includes pointing at an approaching truck while standing in the center of the road. I can't be blamed for my confusion. You attempt to go to sleep, wake up in the dark, experience an hour of light, and then be thrust back into the dark. You'll understand what I mean later. Just remember to carry your light, okay? My mother finally remarked with a dry laugh. 5. If you hear music or voices after dark, don't believe them. There's something I need you to know if you hear me calling. For you to come outside and assist me with my baggage. I'll never pay you a visit out there. You get it. Even though her comments caused my cheeks to flush wildly, I still felt a chill. To be honest, I would have probably traveled to Seattle if she had told me before I accepted the job that she had wounded my feelings. Mum, it's not because I don't love you, and it certainly isn't because I don't miss you, she interrupted. But you must remember that no matter who they sound like, you should never trust any sounds you hear at night. Before she continued, we remained with the dead air for a while. Make my voice sleep on the front porch and see what it looks like in the morning, she moaned. I apologize, Sammy. I just don't think I'm doing a very good job. I just hoped you wouldn't go to Appalachia. Call me whenever you want and stay safe, all right? I answered, of course, Mum, I love you, even though I was heartbroken and unsure of how to respond. I also love you, she said. Additionally, I want you to put down one additional thing. Number 6, I said, sliding the paper back to me while rolling my eyes, which I was relieved she couldn't see. Fire away. You may have grown up in the wilderness of Alaska, but that is nothing compared to the Appalachian wilds, she added. Don't you assume that, simply because of where you grew up, you can go on a nighttime trek by yourself or something similar. You are not an Appalachian at heart. You are Alaskan. Never venture into uncharted territory. Okay, no solo nighttime. Hikes while whistling and chit-chatting with the voices in my head. I wrote down after writing down, don't test the wilderness. I understand. She simply begged, please come home, Samira, rather than laughing. You don't have to. I heard what sounded like a hushed sob before my father answered. Hey Miri, I just wanted to say hello, and I love you, he remarked. Your mother is really missing you. Dad, is Mum okay? I nodded, swallowing the sob that was rising in my throat. Instead of laughing and calming me off, he added, she's the okayest she's ever been. It's you we're worried about. You can always return to Alaska if Appalachia becomes too much. Just keep that in mind, my love. We'll help you get employment. If all you're doing is returning home, that's not starting over or giving up. I hung up after saying goodbye and I love you about 1,000 more times, even though I wasn't sure if I agreed. For the first month, I thought I wouldn't hear from my mother again, yet she called me every night. With the exception of the rare, did you remember to close your blinds? She never brought up our initial talk, or the day when she inquired as to whether I had yet to locate an acorn for my windowsill. I did, and to cheer her up, I emailed her a photo of the acorn perched on my window ledge. My dad texted me, saying, "That's a damn good acorn, Mia's," when she gave me the thumbs up. My first month living alone in an Appalachian rental home was so rather dull. I developed a rather straightforward routine. After work, I would make dinner, talk to my mother while closing the blinds, unwind, and then go to bed. My weekends were the same. I would get up, unpack something, make coffee and possibly breakfast, and then open all the blinds. She stopped phoning every day after the first month, but we still typically spoke every day at least by text. We quickly established a pleasant routine in which we would give each other a call every 2 to 3 days. Even while it wasn't nearly as nice as living with her, it was still nice. After some time, I was able to begin working on my first significant assignment. Evolutionary benefits, safety, and drumroll, please folklore, in relation to genetic memory. It turns out that some stories, whether or not they have been taught, just appear to come to them organically. Don't you go through the woods by yourself. Folklore with such message can be found in every society. Stories of all kinds just seem to come to people organically. The fact that genetic memory appears to be functional for some incredibly arbitrary things, such as a particular song, is even more intriguing. Let's start by explaining how genetic memory functions. Suppose you are obese. It is highly probable that there was a famine at some point in your family history. In other words, their DNA essentially contains protections that will help their future ancestors survive a famine. However, you are unlikely to suffer from starvation if you live in a first world nation today. Therefore, your body is simply storing resources as a result of that ancestor. Similar to this, many researchers today think that schizophrenia is essentially a mistyped genetic code that was altered slightly by some natural cause, but was intended for survival. According to a physician I spoke with, people with schizophrenia are often very good at spotting patterns, and one of their symptoms, paranoia, can be useful in a real life or death situation. For this particular tune, my team was investigating whether genetic lines shared the same basic memory. Although I'm not very good at music, the song consists of a 3-second high note, a 2-second dip, a prolonged 3-note, a 2-second higher note, a repeated 3-second high note, another 1-second dip, and another 2-second lower note. Give it a try. You will be able to identify it. For almost 3 months, everyone on my team would hum this song non-stop. I would hum it while driving to and from work, doing the dishes, and taking out the trash. Most of us were familiar with the song, particularly those who had grown up in and near the current location. But our research with the control group suggests that people from all over may identify it. The few members of our team from other nations were the only ones who claimed not to know it, but even the man from the UK, who is so pale that it appears his printer ran out of ink, was able to identify it. I was thrilled to be a member of the group, even if I didn't think it had much significance. All of the subjects in our trial study had the same basic genetic composition, according to our 6-month analysis of their DNA strands. After we mastered that, we only needed to determine what made this song so unique and why it was being transmitted physically through DNA. In our spare time, many of my co-workers and I began going on hikes, escape rooms, and rage rooms, a few activities that didn't take place in rooms. One of my teammates suggested going camping while we were on one of these hikes. I'll admit that for a moment I thought about my mother's warning, but I would be among a large group of people, so it wasn't like I was going camping alone. Was there anything to be concerned about? The group that ultimately went on the trip included me, a woman my age named Marybelle, who threatened to bury us all under the mountain if anyone called her Mary is okay. Bella is okay. Maribel is not okay. A man named Scott, a man named Gabriel, a woman named Lana, and a man named Leno who had the appearance of a faded photograph. It's interesting to note that I was among the few individuals who had any affiliation with Appalachia and consented to join the camping trip. My supervisor, Nora, an older woman, with stunning dark skin and curling hair, called me aside the Friday before we all went out and begged to talk. She asked, "Are you going on that camping trip?" Once we were by ourselves. "Yes," I said with a smile. "Would you like to attend as well?" Compared to the day I damaged a bottle of samples, she appeared more severe. "Don't you know better? I'm sorry to be direct, but I assumed you have relatives from this region. Isn't it obvious that you shouldn't venture out in those mountains at night?" Even though I felt offended and a little perplexed, I smiled apologetically when I informed her that my mum was from here. My mum left Kentucky when she was 17, way before she had me. I'm somewhat accustomed to the wilderness because I grew up in Alaska. Additionally, according to my mother, I'm Alaskan rather than Appalachian. "If you think you can handle it," Nora said, raising her hands in a sign of submission. "Simply be safe and make an effort to keep the others safe as well." I nodded and got up to leave, but before I did, she yelled one last bit of advice: "Don't whistle." A shiver went up my spine, but I laughed uneasily. When it was still dark on Saturday, I got out of bed, gathered my belongings, and got into my car. In order to find a spot to camp and unwind for a bit, we decided to start our first day early, and it was 3 in the morning. We intended to look for a location close by to set up, and one of the guys remembered an area near a waterfall in the highlands. According to him, the trek from the parking lot to the destination would be roughly 8 miles. I packed everything into my car, locked it, and then went back inside to brew a large thermos of coffee to sip while driving to the parking area because that might be a 3 to 5 hour journey depending on the terrain and our walking speeds. I prepared my coffee and, because I'm worried about leaving so much things in my car when I'm not in it, I opened the kitchen blinds to keep a watch on it. I scrolled through videos on my phone, attempting to wake up, my eyes resting blurrily as I ground the beans. I proceeded to the front door, locked it, and headed back to my car after the coffee was done and in my thermos. A deer stood in the shade of one of the big trees on the property, perhaps 10 feet past my car, which was still a few yards in front of me. I paused to appreciate it, thinking about my mother and experiencing a wave of homesickness. To my astonishment, the deer started to come toward me. According to what I've heard about other locations, deer in Alaska are quite courageous, but even there, wild creatures don't typically approach you at random in the middle of the night, when they aren't yet accustomed to you. A faint alarm went off in my mind, so I hurried to my car's driver's side door, got inside, and locked it. It was dark, and I was afraid that the animal might have rabies or something, but I felt a little ridiculous for being so concerned. After buckling up, I inhaled deeply and glanced around to see where the deer had disappeared to. It was still standing in the shadows close to the tree line, about where I had last seen it. It might have been my imagination, but for a brief while, it appeared as though the deer was attempting to stand up by leaning on the closest tree. I turned on my car, swung it around onto the road, and began driving while shivering. For a moment, I thought I saw the deer standing on its back legs when I looked back at it. It walked out of the shadow, standing firmly on its 2 back legs, rather than braced against the tree trunk, and I noticed that its face was completely bone, as if the skin had been torn off. Then, as I rounded a corner, I lost sight of it. What must have been an optical illusion vanished, leaving just darkness. When I shared the coffee thermos and inquired, "So, is it typical for deer to move around on two legs out here?" I was instantly pardoned for being the last person to arrive to the parking lot where we were all meeting. "Don't start. It's way too early for pranks," said Maribel, rolling her eyes. "Who says I'm pulling a practical joke?" "I'm really asking," I said, laughing but making a face at her. As Scott wrapped an arm around me, Maribel raised an eyebrow and said, "Tell me what this clever two-legged deer was like, Samira." "I came out of my house this morning, and there was a deer standing off in the shadows, staring at me," I said, rolling my eyes and shrugging his arm off to put some distance between us. It stood up on 2 feet and began to walk toward me as I was about to leave. Even as I got into my car and drove off, I could still see it standing upright. The group's general grin turned to a hazily worried scowl as I talked. I suddenly became aware of how far distant Alaska was from me. I missed my parents because of it. I briefly thought about telling them about the bone face, but based on their responses to the information I had previously given, I knew they wouldn't be likely to. "Believe me, I see she does prank us," Leno replied, laughing. "Is this to establish the mood?" In other words, indeed. After giving what he said some thought, I made the decision to act on it. I didn't want the group to believe that I was a loose screw, so I simply said, "Gotcha," grinning. Leno let out a loud laugh, and the other members of the group gave me a combination of chuckles and errors that at least gave me a sense of belonging. Since it wasn't that big of a concern, I reasoned that I could worry about the strange deer later. Just as the sky in the east started to brighten, we packed up our belongings, locked our cars, and set out on the lengthy hike. We had likely hiked 2 miles by the time the daybreak blessed us with its riot of color across the eastern sky. I was already worn out. Back in Alaska, I spent a lot of time hiking with my parents and friends. We even went camping a lot, where we essentially just hiked or went swimming. However, the track we were on was difficult to establish a rhythm with, rocky in most places and steep in others. I consequently had the impression that I was running into people all the time, either ahead of them or behind them. I believe we were all questioning why we had committed to this by the time we stopped for a meal. Even Leno, who was normally nearly too cheerful, was quiet, paler than usual, and slightly dissatisfied. My morale collapsed. The rest of us were in serious trouble if Leno was having a rough time. After placing our packs back on our shoulders, we turned to face one another as though to say we might as well finish what we started, and resumed our journey. There was a bend in the route, and we were gazing out over the most breathtaking scenery I had ever seen, just as I was about to suggest that we should head back and watch a movie or something. You must realize that I'm from Alaska. The phrase beautiful landscape should come naturally to me because everything there is breathtaking. However, there was something in the way the landscape appeared, extending below me in a tangle of oranges and greens, with the blue sea I could make out in a few spots and an endless skyline beyond that. Maribel halted beside me and said, "I know, right?" I didn't hear myself gasp. I experience the same emotion each time I venture into the wilderness. Awe is not even close to describing it, thanking her for understanding. I nodded at her and said, "Yeah, I thought Alaska had the monopoly on beauty in nature. I'm curious as to why my mother departed this place. Mary Bell took the remarks seriously, although they kind of just came out of me. Your mother is from Massachusetts, right? No, Kentucky, I said, shaking my head. However, she was raised in the Appalachian Mountains, namely around the foot of Black Mountain. Sometimes she would tell me stories, but I'm not entirely sure why she left. Even so, she would most likely say the same thing if I left Alaska. With raised eyebrows, Mary Bell said, I think I understand. I raised my own eyebrows in anticipation of her answer, but she turned aside and continued walking as like she hadn't abruptly ended our chat. We all went to put up our tents first when we arrived at our campgrounds, and I imagine I wasn't the only one who thought that napping on my sleeping bag would be ideal. I took a step back after erecting my tent to check if anyone else needed my assistance. Almost everyone had a little tent that could accommodate 1 or 2 people. Mary Bell was assisting Lana and appeared to have finished first. Scott and Gabriel were reportedly working together in a tent, while Leno had already finished arranging rocks in a circle to create a fire pit. I went over and began to assist with finding and organizing rocks. After that, we gathered some firewood and put everything away so we could use it later. We all went to put up our tents first when we arrived at our campgrounds, and I imagine I wasn't the only one who thought that napping on my sleeping bag would be ideal. I took a step back after erecting my tent to check if anyone else needed my assistance. Almost everyone had a little tent that could accommodate 1 or 2 people. Mary Bell was assisting Lana and appeared to have finished first. Scott and Gabriel were reportedly working together in a tent, while Leno had already finished arranging rocks in a circle to create a fire pit. I went over and began to assist with finding and organizing rocks. After that, we gathered some firewood and put everything away so we could use it later. Grinning, he threw himself onto a stump and took something somewhat crumpled from his pocket. I bent down and asked, "What is that?" "A postcard I bought to remember this place by when I leave," he said with a toothy smile, his complexion so pale it was practically blue against the brightness of his teeth. "Or just to remind me to appreciate the world around me if I stay." Leno is a little strange, but in a nice, innocuous manner. I might set them up if I had a sister. He gave me the postcard, which included an image of a mountain range I had never seen before, but I figured it was the one we were now on. I stared at it for a while, with a feeling of itchiness in the back of my mind. Something seemed to be rattling free in the back of my mind, but it hadn't yet made its way to the forefront. The itch intensified to a crescendo, which is similar to having a song partially stuck in your head when you can only recall the song's sensations rather than its sound. I backed up slowly, feeling just as uneasy as I had when the deer got on its hind legs that morning. "Thanks for showing me that, Leno," I said. I just realized. I returned to my tent and zipped it up without bothering to complete the conversation. Suddenly, I wanted to return home. I wanted to return immediately to Alaska and my parents, not to that idiotic rental place with its stupid, frightening deer. However, it wasn't really an option at the time, so I put on my sleeping bag and ignored my co-workers' chattering voices until I fell asleep. I just slept for a little less than 2 hours, yet I had dreams. In my dream, I was walking hand in hand with my 5-year-old self, but we were silent. Her red hair, I was a real ginger as a child, but now my hair is more like a dark red-brown. Tint bounced against her cheeks in a way that was almost absurdly adorable, and her skin shimmered gold in the light. God damn, I was a cute little girl. A moment later, I heard a recognizable, strong voice exclaimed, "Samira, hold on." I was startled by the voice, and as I looked up, I saw that I was suddenly on the ground. She was approximately 2 feet away from me, peering at me with a mixture of fear and fascination as I glanced over to see if tiny me was okay. As I peered down, I noticed that my body had grown long and streamlined, more like a snake's than a human's. My scales were dotted with black areas and red and yellow diamonds. I looked down again and noticed that the red and yellow on my scales seemed to be moving, taking on strange new patterns. The diamonds swirled and moved, creating unsettling images that seemed to vanish from my memory as soon as they disappeared. From the scales on my body, I looked back at my younger self and opened my mouth to explain that I wouldn't hurt her, couldn't hurt her, but all that came out of my mouth was a hiss. An old rhyme tried to play in my mind, but I couldn't seem to get it right. Red and yellow, black and red, kill a fellow, venom, lack. Leno, Scott, and Gabriel were gone, but Maribel and Lana sat by the fire that wasn't yet lit, and Lana looked at me with a crooked grin. She wasn't exactly someone I would consider pretty, as her teeth are crooked and one eye is noticeably larger than the other. But she has a warm smile that always seems to be masking just a little bit of chaos. Little me reached toward the snake, a look of concentration on my young face, and then I woke up. I stumbled out of my tent, feeling as though I was bursting out of a coma. I asked, "Where did the guys go?" As I rested against a tree beside them, Maribel replied, "Good morning, sunshine. Were you fighting a cougar in there or napping?" While Lana gestured hazily into the trees, Maribel remarked, "You look like you just got out of a wrestling match, and I'm inclined to think you lost." I furrowed my brow, and the other 2 women laughed. Although I had a tendency to enjoy Lana, Maribel was a different story. She reminded me of one of those terrible girls from high school who begin to bully you in order to deflect attention from herself. For this reason, I had avoided her at the research lab, preferring to be around other people or even simply by myself. I managed a smile in response to her mocking, saying, "Yeah, apparently." After a few minutes, Lana sighed, slapped both hands to her knees, and stood up. I looked around, wishing there were more people around so someone else might talk to Maribel and I could stroll off to a location where she wouldn't be staring at me. "All right," she continued. "I'm going down to the water now that Sam is up. Would either of you like to come?" Maribel shook her head no, so even though I didn't enjoy leaving her at camp by alone, I consented to accompany Lana for a walk down to the river. I didn't have a watch, but judging by the sky, it appeared to be about 2 in the afternoon. After a while of walking in silence, I asked, "So, do you like hiking a lot?" With a sympathetic expression, Lana answered, "No, not at all. I mean, I work out a lot, but this is my first time doing anything like this. What about you?" As though she could see how uncomfortable I felt and how difficult it was for me to hide it. "This is my first hike out here, but I had tons when I lived in Alaska." I shrugged. "So in a sense, this is the first time for both of us, huh?" She smiled and gently pushed my hip with hers, just like many of my high school female friends did. It felt familiar, kind. I grinned back. "I suppose so. So, Alaska, what's that like?" I always imagined it as just unending wilderness, with like a diner, a few cars, and a couple houses. Maybe a gas station, she added after we had been walking in quiet for a bit. "God, I'm sorry. That's just weirdly accurate to what it feels like to drive through Alaska." I laughed so hard that I had to stop walking and lean against a tree to catch my breath. You can drive for hours and not see a single thing then. Boom, house, car, moose, diner, and then wilderness again. Okay, great. I'm glad to learn that. I was right, she added, laughing as well. Lana and I exchanged glances before running towards the water, shedding clothes as we went. The guys noticed and started whistling and laughing, so we dove into the water, splashing the three of us as we went. We continued walking until I could see the small lake in the distance and hear the guys laughing and splashing around in the bright sun. Suddenly, all the fear I had felt earlier in the day disappeared, replaced by a full-body rush of excitement as we walked back. Scott, who usually gets in trouble with Nora for flirting with all the interns, had an arm around Lana, who was blushing gently as he talked to her. That started a full-on splash war that ended with everyone soaked, laughing, and exhausted. By the time we got out of the water, we were exhausted in a happy way that I hadn't felt since I was a kid. We'd stopped to eat a few hours earlier, and I was glad Maribel had taken the initiative to start dinner. I watched for a moment, feeling hopeful for Lana, and a little worried that Scott might just be trying to take advantage of the camping trip. However, I could smell dinner before I even saw our campsite, which made my stomach rumble with hunger and wiped out pretty much any other thoughts. Shell had started grilling hot dogs, hamburgers, and a few veggie burgers, just in case. Apparently Maribel is a vegetarian while we were swimming, and by the time we arrived, the buns were even toasted. My stomach rumbled as I sat down, and I could tell that everyone else in the group felt the same way. We quickly finished dinner and completed what little cleanup remained as a group. Leno collapsed beside me with his postcard after supper. "Where do you think we are?" he asked, running his finger along the mountain. I studied it, pulling out all the information I could recall about us geography, and finally put my finger where I thought we were. It was charming. Leno had always felt like a little brother to me, and that seemed like a little brother sort of inquiry. "Right around here somewhere," I responded, drawing a circle with my finger. I turned to Gabriel, a tall, quiet Latino man, and tried to start a conversation with him. He nodded courteously as I spoke, but I didn't get the impression that he wanted to be a part of the conversation. Leno hummed something that sounded familiar but incorrect, like he was hitting the right notes but in the wrong order. Leno, who appeared to have just discovered a really exciting discovery, caught my attention once more. "Follow along, move with the elevation, like you read music," he added, pushing the postcard back into my hands and placing my finger at the foot of one of the mountains. He began whistling before I could stop him, and I followed his notes with my finger over the mountain range, despite the dread that overcame me. A 3-second high note that sounded like it was climbing up a mountain. A 2-second lower note after the dip back down. Another 3-second high note followed by a 2-second higher note going up the incline. A sustained 3 notes. Another 1-second dip. And another 2-second lower note. When he stopped, I looked at the postcard in a state of bewilderment and horror. I felt bad about what I was going to do because I had been told not to whistle by several people I respected and trusted, but I also resented that advice. What danger is whistling, and why was everyone being so controlling while providing me with little to no explanation as to why I should listen to them? I said, "Do that again," after swallowing my shame as I traced a line along the mountain range. Leno smiled and whistled the same pattern. The rest of the group moved over when the tune we were studying began, and I held up the postcard so they could see what we were doing. Leno kept whistling as if he was trying to sight read the rest. of the mountain range, which worked fairly well. It appeared to follow the same general tune he had been whistling previously, but the changes fit, such as adding another line to the chorus. We all sat in thoughtful silence for a while after he finished whistling, but I believed I heard a bird pick it up in the rapidly darkening woodland nearby. So the genetic memory tune is the Appalachian Mountain Range, Lana finally said. Scott blew his light brown hair out of his eyes and remarked, "Well, that sucks. Mystery solved, I guess," while Mary Bell and Gabriel nodded. By fresh data, and I believe my shock must have been heard in my tone when I asked, "What do you mean?" We all turned to face him in surprise. I'm not even sure where it came from, but for a split second after he sneered, I felt a profound, overwhelming loathing for him that vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Some early cave dwellers made up this tune, and it spread out through their ancestors, getting different words over the years, but the tune itself is like a memory of where you came from, he said. Well, it's obvious that the early settlers were just making up tunes based on their surroundings. We see that with artwork all the time, right? Cave drawings of their surroundings, stuff like that. Mary Bell responded, "Just because we know where the tune came from doesn't mean the mystery is solved. In fact, I would say the mystery is even further from solved because we have so many new questions now. New data doesn't end the study. It gives you a new avenue to work from." He gave me another smug shrug, which made me feel even more hateful. Scott opened his mouth to disagree, but Mary Bell interrupted him with, "If you call yourself a scientist, you should know that." I nodded in silent acceptance of Mary Bell's statement, although no one else spoke. I could tell how the atmosphere changed. Lana appeared torn, Gabriel appeared worn out, as though he was just hoping Scott would shut up so we could return to science. Or perhaps I was projecting, and Leno appeared mildly amused, as though he had been waiting for someone to take Scott down a peg. I may still have been projecting. Scott remained silent, but he slithered to his chair and threw himself into it while maintaining his smug expression. I glanced around the group apprehensively, wanting to resume our conversation about the discovery we had made. But Scott's arrogant demeanor had sapped our confidence, because nobody wanted to be the first to bring it up and face further derision. In an attempt to convey that we were speaking in private, I finally cleared my throat and turned back to Leno, speaking quietly. "So what do you think it means?" I said. Leno jumped, as if surprised. "I'm sorry, could you just say it again?" With a patient smile, I answered, "How do you feel about the discovery? What makes the song, in your opinion, have the same rhythm as the mountains?" "That's well said," he murmured, grinning back despite the worried furrow on his forehead. "Though they might sound odd, I do have some thoughts." He ended this with a look that was almost imploring, as if he wanted to share so badly but didn't want to be shot down like Scott had. "Go ahead, I want to hear it," I answered, giving him what I believed was a supportive glance. "Well, I've always been fascinated by the stories that go all across the world," Leno said, staring off into the trees. "There are ghost stories in every people group, right? In every society, there are irate or dissatisfied dead who return to the world of the living." I shuddered. The way he spoke was able to distill the different ideas of ghosts, specters, and even other living dead tales, like zombies, into a single, universal theme. Leno said, "Ghosts aren't the only example of that." After I nodded my agreement, the Slenderman has traversed nearly every culture. Children are taken away by the odd, nearly human man that dwells in the darkest woodlands. Samira, where did that story come from? I frantically tried to remember which plants were safe and which weren't, as if I were in the woods with my mother once more. That would be Germany, right? I asked. The German character Der Grossmann was essentially appropriated and expanded upon in the American Slenderman stories. With a smile that filled his whole face, Leno said, "Yes. There are numerous stories, Samira, and Der Grossmann is just one of them. The tall man, a very typical kind of narrative, is how it loosely translates. These stories continue to appear all across the world and can be found in American, German, Russian, and Asian mythology." I wondered where he was headed with this and held up a hand for him to stop. "All right," I finally said. "So you're saying that some stories, like Slenderman, appear to come up rather naturally. Similar to ghosts, these stories are spontaneously created by various groups of people and appear to have recurring themes." "Maybe," Leno gestured to me. "But Samira, are they made or found?" Lana remarked, "Oh Leno, that gave me chills," and I jumped. "I suppose you're skilled at narrating ghost stories." I found myself looking around to see if anyone else was listening, as he gave her a bashful smile. Both Gabriel and Maribel were leaning forward, their faces filled with wonder and big eyes. I felt like we were getting close to discovering more potentially useful data, so I just wanted everyone to quit talking and interrupting so I could concentrate. "What do you mean, discovered?" I asked Leno as I leaned forward and met his gaze. "Do you believe in ghosts?" he said, his eyes sparkling with what appeared to be mischievous intentness. He hesitated as I shook my head no, but then smiled covertly and said, "Well, neither do I, however. The premise would be that these stories are grounded in reality because they arise organically, correct? Therefore, it makes sense if ghosts are mentioned in all cultures." I smiled mischievously at him as he trailed off, waiting for me to finish the thought. Every culture has witnessed its people die, and every culture has a fear of the unknown beyond death. In order to explain what might occur beyond death, they wrote stories. That's why there are afterlife stories, Leno said, shaking his head, nay. To explain what happens after death, we invented heavens, hells, and reincarnation. So why are there ghost stories? I couldn't think of anything to say, but after some thought, I suggested, perhaps ghost stories are an option. Like the story of the Wandering Jack, you know, doomed to spend eternity on the corporeal plane, expelled from both heaven and hell. Perhaps, and these are good theories. Leno shrugged amiably, returning his attention to the topic at hand. Melodic melody. The mountains might just be a coincidence, or maybe birds or something else brought the melody, and the early settlers just added words. Or, my own favorite theory. He paused abruptly, and I understood that Leno would have been a wonderful older brother. The song might have served as a cautionary tale. These were frequently intended to be memorable and catchy so that kids would know to exercise caution. Like the snake rhyme, I blurted out after having an epiphany. "I'm not familiar," Leno said, tilting his head. "Well, I guess I'm not as familiar as I thought," I said with a frown. I couldn't seem to get it correctly, even though I remembered it previously. "Maybe I can help if you can share some of it," he said with a smile. With a slight chill, I recalled my dream. It's like red and yellow, something red and black Maribels. Words, red on black, venom lack, red on yellow, kill a fellow. Startled me because I had forgotten she was there. Correct. Yes. I nodded. Yes, exactly. I nearly stepped on a snake as a child, so my mother gave me that rhyme. She was simply afraid, and she typically learned or taught how cope with fear. so I doubt she even paid attention to what the snake looked like. My gaze moved from person to person, like a tongue looking for a missing tooth. As I looked at Gabriel and Lana, at last, I recognized the person who was absent. "Scott," I remarked. "Hey, where'd Scott go?" To Maribel, who had been seated closest to Scott. "Oh, he said he needed a second and he would be right back," Maribel answered, looking to her side as if he should still be there. However, I was a bit too engrossed in your chat to notice that he never returned. I mean, until you asked. I tried to ignore the chill that was creeping up my neck by saying, "Well, it's dark, so we should probably find him." When no one else moved, I continued, laughing artificially. "If I lose one of you guys, Nora will give me the worst assignments for the rest of the month." As we finally stumbled to our feet, I could only guess that everyone laughed pityingly. Everyone let out a groan as they realized how sore their muscles were after the day's activities. How stiff an 8-mile hike might make you was something I had forgotten. I stumbled over to Scott's tent and took a quick look inside. Both his and Gabriel's packs were positioned close to the entryway, and their sleeping bags were spread out. Scott did not appear to have taken any of his supplies, and there was no indication that he had returned by this time. It was completely dark outside, and I must admit that I was rather angry with him for going off on his own. I almost bumped into Gabriel, who was standing behind me when I poked my head back out of the tent. "He's not in there?" he asked. "He hasn't been seen by us either." When I looked around the group, I noticed that everyone else had changed from being worn out and a little irritated to being worried. I got the flashlight out of my bag and returned to the group, signaling Gabriel to follow. "All right, guys, grab your flashlights and let's go look for Scott," I shouted, drawing everyone's attention. "Are we splitting up?" Lana said, scuffing her foot uneasily against the ground. Maribel, Gabriel, and I all said, "Definitely not." At the same moment, I sensed the group's energy shift once more as Lana let out a sigh of relief. From anxiety and disarray to a sense of unity in general. As we ventured into the woods, I briefly considered splitting apart to cover more land. But then I recalled my mother's advice to Dan test the wildness. Keeping the group together seemed to make far more sense, even if it meant covering less territory. Dividing us split felt like testing the wilderness. We called for Scott as we made our way back to the lake in the darkness. After failing to locate him, we returned to camp and began following rabbit trails through the forest while yelling increasingly irate summonses. "Where are you, Scott? Scott, if you can hear us, scream. Scott, free oxen, Ollie Ollie." I don't know what that means, but that was Gabriel. "Scott, man, hurry up. Come on out here, Scott, before we force you to sleep outside. And me, I'm going to tell Nora about you, Scott." We continued to shout out for him as we stumbled through the woods, tired. After a few hours, we finally returned to camp, requested Gabriel to notify us if Scott showed up during the night, and then headed to our own tents. We reasoned that if he didn't show up in the morning, we could phone the police or rangers. Nobody believed he was harmed at the time. Scott was the type of man in the lab who would unplug your equipment if you irritated him. He even once took one of my samples as a form of retaliation. Naturally, he returned it promptly, but my point is that Scott is a bit of a jerk. We all assumed he was hiding and acting like a jerk. I closed my eyes, switched off my flashlight, and curled up in my sleeping bag. I thought I heard a familiar whistling sound as I was falling asleep, swooping through the trees. My dead friend is knocking on my bedroom door. Someone close to me committed suicide 2 years ago. He was then staying with his mother. I understand that she had discovered him hanging from his bedroom ceiling fan. Much to her dismay, it was discovered that he had significantly more opiates in his system than was lethal. We used to do heroin together quite a bit, and I'm the only one who left that life behind. So I wasn't surprised by that part. His mother and I both made an effort to help him get better, but he never changed. There are some who never do. Before you call me a shady buddy, let me just clarify that I made a concerted effort to assist him. I then cut him out of my life and went on. When his mother booted him out after discovering him unconscious with a needle in his arm, I attempted to persuade him to go to treatment. Gave him money, which was foolish in retrospect, and even allowed him to stay with me for a bit, since our relationship deteriorated so much after that. I probably shouldn't have let him to move in. Not only would he never pay the rent, consume all of my food, steal from me, bring his shady buddies in without asking, completely ruin the property, or turn down a job offer, but he also became quite antagonistic toward me. He never accepted responsibility and had a habit of placing all of his troubles on me. Somehow, it was always my fault, as though he hadn't been the one who initially got me involved with narcotics. We actually went all the way back to middle school. He and I smoked weed together in high school for the first time. It was with him that I snorted OxyContin for the first time. He had always influenced me negatively. It seemed inevitable that our habits would become unmanageable, and he was continually encouraging me to do new things. I woke up far too late and realized that I was better off without him. The situation escalated when I returned home to discover him and 3 other people smoking black tar in my living room. I was furious and lost my mind right away. He was aware of my cleanliness and didn't want to get involved, but he didn't give a damn. Upon telling everyone to leave or face consequences, he became combative with me, so I kicked him to the curb and kicked his ass. I told him that he could return the next day and find everything he owned outside the front door. I still don't regret it, to be honest. I saw him no more after that. I wouldn't be telling the truth if I claimed I didn't feel guilty, but you can only help someone so much until you end up sinking with them. I did everything for him, and he just spit in my face. His selfishness and lack of gratitude still irritate me. A year later, his mother told me he was dead. When she phoned me on the phone, we had a really melancholy exchange. I've always admired his mother. She's really lovely and must have endured a lot more than I did. Nevertheless, we had a sad bond because we had both lost a loved one. Only facts and apathy were present, no sobs or cries of regret. She seemed to know that this would eventually occur. She just said, "Phil's dead, John, the touch." Only answer I could think of was, "Oh, ... okay." I'm reminded of one of our final happy moments together before our relationship soured. Whenever I think about him, we were discussing starting a fierce rock band together at our favorite hiking location, where we frequently smoke. What may have been between us occasionally irritates me. We might still be buddies now. My partner advises me not to place the blame on myself, and she's most likely correct. I believe I miss him in some way. Perhaps I simply long for the person I knew before. He fell off. Life continues, though. After another long day at work, I arrived home late tonight. When I looked at my front door, I could see something. The scratches were minor. Some are close to the door's bottom, and some are close to the handle, although it wasn't quite in the middle of nowhere. My girlfriend and I lived in a reasonably Rural neighborhood with plenty of space between homes that was covered in dense forest. The middle ground between suburban and rural. In the past, a brown bear had attempted to enter my house through the garage door. As a result, I dismissed it as peculiar but unimportant. I hadn't considered the possibility that someone else was attempting to enter. It obviously didn't matter because everything was tried, failed. Completely irritated that I would have to hide it, I entered the room, shut the door, and locked up. As soon as I placed my keys on the rack, there was a sporadic knocking. It went like this: knock, half second, knock knock, 1 second, knock, knock knock, repeating. Nothing was visible when looking via the peephole. After checking my Ring app, nothing was there. I might have been hearing things, but I found it strange. After getting situated, I went to prepare my own dinner. I was cooking pasta alone today since my girlfriend wasn't home when the identical pattern of knocking was heard again, this time on my kitchen window. I couldn't see what was on the other side because of the blinds. Angry, I flung open the curtains and looked through. Nothing had appeared yet. Any game that someone was trying to play with me didn't appeal to me. I was already feeling down after a hard day at work and being weary. I said, "Fuck off, whoever is doing that," as I left the kitchen. "I have my gun here in case you want to try me." No answer, and aside from the typical noises that filled the woods surrounding my house, all was quiet. Nothing more happened after I locked the door and walked back inside. I played with my phone, ate dinner, and watched TV. I noticed a notification from him appear on my phone at that moment. Hey, I felt that was strange. This number shouldn't have even been his anymore, even though it might have been his mother. Even if I neglected to remove the contact details, it's not as if he could have paid his phone bill from the beyond. I attempted to ignore it, feeling a little alarmed. A string of many haze then illuminated my screen a few minutes later. Just now, I texted, "What the fuck? What are you doing?" That's what the response said. Is this Francine, his mother? Was that instead of receiving a response to my query, I received 4 more SMEs that said, "What are you doing?" Perhaps someone else accidentally picked up the phone and dialed mine, but I knew deep down it would be implausible. After his tragic death, did someone uncover his phone and hack into it to play a practical joke on me? Not possible, despite my best efforts to ignore it. After a few minutes, the number began ringing repeatedly. There was initially no sound, but I eventually grudgingly picked it up and paused. I said, there was a brief period of silence until the sound of the wind rustling through the trees could be heard. In and out it seemed to disappear. Then whispering began to reach me. Too low of a volume for me to hear, I was unable to make out any of what was being said. I was shocked to hear the phone hang up. What had happened left me puzzled. My front door was banged on loudly before I could think of anything at all. Not a beat or a pattern this time. Simply bang, bang, bang in order. I got it together after almost urinating. The banging went on, so I sprinted with my gun to the front door. Upon peering through the peephole, I noticed that nothing had changed and the noise had ceased. At that moment, a horror I had never experienced before was seized by the creaking of my kitchen door. It was open as I cautiously turned to look. Panic struck. I grabbed my revolver and went into my room, locking the door behind me. I felt a little safer, at least because I had some protection. But then I had a terrifying notion. What if my firearm has no effect? My phone buzzed once more. "What are you doing?" Another 3 times. And then there was another buzz. Now it was a photograph. It was pointed skyward. As the sun was disappearing into the night sky in the middle of a woodland, my phone buzzed once more. The text message opened the door. John was sent 15 times. Calling the police was the only thing that came to mind when I was in a panic. 911. What emergency do you have? The person on the other line said, please, assist me. I was interrupted. There's someone in my house. My dash ... What are you doing? How are you? How are you? My blood froze. I was certain I had dialed 911, but when I looked down at my phone, his name was displayed. John, open the door. John, please open the door. John, please open the door. Suddenly there was a shriek outside my bedroom door. Johan, open the door. Open the door. Open the door. This was accompanied by a beating that continued. Phil, what in the world do you want from me? I believed you were no longer alive. I shouted out in response, but got no reaction. Then there was silence. The sound of my phone vibrating once more interrupted. I apologize, lol. I'm sorry, lol. I'm sorry, lol. I'm sorry, lol. I'm sorry, lol. It's not me at all. It's not me at all. You are not by yourself. There was silence for a moment, and then the steady knocking resumed. It became regular, occurring every several minutes. During the knocking, he or it struck the door once, with such force that I was certain the hinges would break off. A scream that was both strange and unhuman came forth as my locked door shook. It was almost 8 minutes of high-pitched shriek. There was no sensation of effort or pause for breath, just constant furious shrieking that pierces the ear. It is not human to be on the other side of my bedroom door. I'm not saying goodbye to my old pal. It's not the same. Perhaps it's him. Perhaps he came to retaliate against me for leaving him when he needed me. I got another SMEs from him. I'm so scared. 3 times. Then another image that seemed to be taken more into the forest. Although it's too dark to see anything, I believe I know this location. My door abruptly stopped, shaking and screaming violently, returning to its metrical knocking on a dime, but not before releasing more dreadful crap. There were 3 loud thuds, asterisk, which broke the rhythm of a half-second knock, 1 second knock, 1 second knock, knock. A bright light poured from the bottom of my door, changing shape every second as if it were alive. It was muttering again. They wanted to share something with me. I was to open the door for them, they said. In addition, there was music. I could only speculate as to where it was coming from. At first, it was hard to make out, but I knew what it was. We called the song Eternity in Delirium, abbreviated EID, because it was the outro of one of the tracks we recorded years ago, but it was inverted and looping repeatedly, haunting me with memories of the past. This continued for hours. I made a video a while ago about the madness. By the time I finished writing this, every sound had subsided to the same steady knocking. I still have lights beneath my door. I have yet to receive another SMS message. I have no idea when or if this will ever cease. I've tried calling the police, my girlfriend, or anyone else for assistance, but every time I do, my calls are routed to his filthy number. He does not want me to call for assistance. He wants me to feel powerless and isolated. Tonight, my girlfriend will remain with her mother in order to assist them in organizing a trip. She is scheduled to return tomorrow morning, but I am unable to call her. I've already made a lot of attempts. I'm simply distracted by the same murmuring noise that comes from the tree's wind. I must warn her. I must find a way to leave this predicament. since it's so dark outside and he will undoubtedly follow me everywhere I go. I decided that perhaps jumping out of my bedroom window might be a smart idea. I'm not going to get any sleep tonight, and I'm not even sure if I'll survive till dawn. Perhaps this won't go throughout the night, and I'll be able to quickly get to my car and reach my girlfriend before it's too late. If I survive the night, I will provide another update. The one you love the most will die. This occurred almost a decade ago. We frequently go mushroom harvesting in the woods behind our house during mushroom season because we reside in a rural area of Oregon. I used to travel with my grandfather when I was in elementary school, and he would show me all the best places when we were alone. I began going either by myself or with friends by the time I was in middle school. You know, there wasn't much else to do in the country. I went with a friend. Because it was a Sunday, everything was going well at first. We were discovering a variety of mushrooms. My companion shouted and fell to the ground where he was standing, just as we were ready to leave for home. Since that kind of event occurs frequently in the outdoors, I assumed he might have cut his foot on a tree or something. However, he was pointing up into the trees while trembling, so I also searched up. 2 bodies were hanging. You can't even scream when you're really shocked. Paralyzed by panic, I staggered backward. However, the more I examined them, the more I understood that they weren't actual corpses. It was a mannequin. What the devil? Is this some sort of sick joke? I gritted my teeth and mumbled, "My dad, my friend," and I hurried down the hill, told him everything, and then returned up there with a stepladder, a hatchet, and pruning shears to deal with them. My friend and I kept the ladder firmly while my dad climbed up. He swiftly severed the cords and let the mannequins fall to the floor. We hauled them back to our shed after he said, "Let's just get rid of these things." We chose to tear them apart first in order to make them less human-looking, because simply discarding them as is would lead to greater misunderstandings. One of them was wearing ragged clothing, which my dad began to remove. We noticed it at that point across its abdomen in large red letters. "Whoever removes this mannequin will be cursed." We all instantly froze. The other one, which had been wearing an elderly woman's outfit, was then stripped by my dad. Indeed, it said across its abdomen, "The person you care about the most will pass away." In an attempt to soothe us, Dad said, "Are you two okay with going to get something to drink?" He then ejected us from the shed. My dad destroyed both mannequins and threw them away in the meanwhile. A couple of days later, my mother passed away unexpectedly from heart failure. It came as such a shock because the day before she had been in wonderful health. We haven't discussed the incident since. However, the fact is that I, my friend, and my father are still alive. Was it merely a coincidence that she died? Or were those mannequins to blame? A shadowy, invisible power? I'm still unsure of the solution. I'll write it here because I detest saying it aloud. The statement, "the one you love, the most will die," is what hurts the most. He knows where I am. He knows who I am, because he was me first. I have no idea how long I have left. If you are reading this, it indicates that I have been unable to get away from him, the shadow that follows me everywhere I go, the breath that I can never get rid of in my neck. He knows everything, yet I believed I could outsmart him and hide from him. Everything about me. This is my final caution. Little things were the first. When there were no messages, my phone would buzz. Occasionally, my securely closed door was discovered to be unlocked. Footsteps on deserted streets behind me. I initially believed it to be paranoia. But paranoia doesn't include images of you sleeping with the lights out and your eyes wide open in fear. I got those from him. He observes me, knows where I go, who I chat to, and what I eat. He is a parasite that feeds on my fear and lives inside of me. I am so afraid that he is gazing through my eyes that I can no longer even trust my own reflection. Then, the messages began. Bloodlust, dripping, short, twisted, insane lines. You don't realize how close I am. You'll scream for mercy soon. I see your soul. I own it. I made an effort to inform someone. Police dismissed it with a laugh. Claimed that it was most likely a nasty joke. However, last night I wanted proof, and last night provided it. I heard damp, dragging sounds coming from the kitchen when I woke up. I went cold. He was standing in the dark, his face contorted into a blood-stained grin, a knife spilling blood in his hand. My dearest friend's body on the floor, like a torn book, his throat burst apart. "You're up next," he muttered. All optimism was sucked out of the room by the black pit that was his eyes. I ran, but when the hunter knows every road, lock, and shadow you hide behind, there's nowhere to run. He gave me my own phone, complete with photos, as a present this morning, images of me dozing off on my bed. However, the last picture, which showed me with my eyes wide open and looking directly into the camera, made me feel completely cold. My skin was etched with the visage of another person. I was unable to yell. My throat tightened like iron chains, and my mouth felt dry. My heart was thumping so loudly that I feared it could burst through my ribs as I stared at that image, motionless. Even worse, I saw that the photo's timestamp was dated last night, after I had already gone to bed. However, I can't recall waking up. After midnight, I don't remember anything. I looked through the remaining photos with trembling hands. The pictures became increasingly twisted and dark. The ceiling of my bedroom, but with thick crimson smears on it. Images of my hands up close, shaking, with blood clumped beneath my fingernails. A grainy image of a shadow moving behind the door. It was too quick to see, but it was enough to chill me. A video file named Your Last Hour then appeared. Even though I didn't want to see it, my eyes told me otherwise. A shaky handheld camera captured the beginning of the movie in my bedroom, which was pitch black, save for the flame of a burning candle. A trail of dark, gooey blood that leads to the closet is seen as the camera slowly moves across the room by itself. The closet door creaked open. A mess of ripped flesh and skin, ugly and pulsing like a nightmare-made body, was what I saw when the camera shakily zoomed in. Something moved in the midst of the blood. A pallid hand with spider-like twitches crawled out. Then a face appeared, mine, distorted and unidentifiable. The warped me, perhaps. With a thump, the camera fell to the ground. I heard low growls and strained breathing, followed by a whisper. "You already contain me." I let the phone drop. I lost my mind. The quiet of the room was abruptly disrupted by a damp, scratching sound coming from the closet. I wasn't alone myself. With a pounding heart, I retreated. With a forceful slam, the closet door opened. A figure emerged, a hideous reflection of myself, with black voids blazing in my eyes, skin hanging in strips, and terrible scars all over it. His teeth were pointed and red-stained, and his mouth split in a terrible smile. "You wanted to know who's been watching you," he growled. "You are me. The gloom you attempted to conceal. I attempted to flee, but he grabbed me with iron trap-like hands as he moved faster than a human could. His claws ripped my skin as they drove into my body, causing an explosion of pain. The chilly perspiration on my face blended with the river-like flow of blood. The last thing I saw as I struggled to breathe was my own dead body on the ground, staring back at me from the same carved face. Then I was completely engulfed by darkness. Madness is said to be a sickness that you can contract on your own. However, what if insanity is more than just a disease? What if it's a parasiting, imperceptible virus that creeps into your brain and gradually distorts your sense of reality until you can't tell where the light ends and the shadows begin? Because of the corpse on the ground, that wasn't simply a body, it was the genuine me, the conscious, life-seeking side of myself. The stalker wasn't a monster from the outside that was pursuing me. He was a vicious, unforgiving split personality that had taken over, a shattered piece of my own psyche. Every whisper behind me, every shadow I dreaded, and every memory I believed to be mine was him acting out, masking my face as the true me screamed silently inside my own head. Therefore, use caution if you ever catch yourself feeling like someone is monitoring you and knows everything you do, because the most frightening predator isn't always out there in the dark. There are moments when the monster lurking inside your skull is already one step ahead. I'm translating a book older than writing itself. Ancient humans were more advanced than us, and they predicted our downfall. As soon as I received an invitation to join the Nanata Research Collective in Athens, I felt we were about to make a significant discovery. 5 researchers had started the laborious task of deciphering 3,030 tablets of obsidian before me. They were all penned about 6,000 years ago and were all a part of the same corpus. The initial team of 3 classicists and 2 linguists soon grew to a group of 17 scientists, bringing in specialists from all fields of ancient history and the sciences. After they realized that the scope of what they were translating was much larger than anyone could have predicted, I joined to study prehistoric climates as a paleoclimatologist. I had a sneaking suspicion that these tablets were unique. Simply put, ancient people didn't write on obsidian. In addition to being an almost challenging material to work with, brittle that a drop may break it, yet so hard that it takes diamond or quartz to etch, the corpus's immense size surpassed all previous expectations. To be sure, we performed obsidian hydration dating at least 5 times, and the findings were indisputable. The tablets were written between 4,300 and 3,800 BCE. In contrast, Sumerian cuneiform, the oldest known cuneiform, dates to approximately 3,200 BCE. We were already starting to realize that we might be dealing with the biggest discovery in human history, and it has only been validated by the contents of these writings, which together make up the book of Nanata. But I should stop babbling. I am here to share what we have discovered with the world, with the full approval of the Nanata Research Collective. At this point, we are aware of what will occur after our translations are released. Governments, businesses, and spy agencies around the world will make every effort to censor the children of Nanata's findings and warnings. These obsidian tablets include a warning that is meant for us and is repeated several times. If we don't adjust our methods, what we've learned could have disastrous effects for humanity. Therefore, we need to spread this information. If you simply let the breath to enter your head, you would also comprehend. It will soon make more sense, I assure you. At the end, all of the information I impart will make sense. But you must first comprehend the true nature of the Book of Ninata in order to comprehend the breath and the warning that has been given to us. It all started when builders discovered an old well that had been sealed for a long time and hidden beneath a pile of dirt on the outskirts of Athens. Following protocol, construction was immediately stopped and the Ephorate of Antiquities in the city of Athens was alerted. When archaeologists got there, they dug up the well and discovered a lead-sealed corridor. There was an old room beyond, with stone chests that held 100 tablets of obsidian. They were all written in a script that had never been seen before. The discovery of a second chest was the actual breakthrough. This one had tablets written in Mycenaean Greece's linear B-syllabics, as well as the unidentified script. These tablets, which date to approximately 1500 BCE, were significantly more recent, even though they were also carved into obsidian. The chest, to their surprise, had what could only be called a dictionary, thousands of words, including grammatical notions that had been meticulously translated between the two languages. The scholarly community was ecstatic with the discovery. This was by far the most advanced application of Linear B that the classicists and linguists had yet discovered. At this stage, the initial group of 5 researchers was introduced. The dictionary provided them with the means to start translating the tablets, even though they couldn't completely recognize the earlier language. Like a crude Dewey Decimal classification, each piece had the phrase Book of Ninata at the top, followed by a sequential number. The moniker stayed dot in order to determine what information the tablets carried. The 5 researchers were given the responsibility of translating. Some of them, they started by choosing a fragment at random, because they weren't sure where to start. The scholars were captivated by the Nenetun corpus's contents from the start. They thought at the time that the tablets were just old tales preserved on obsidian. Additionally, they discovered that 10 chroniclers, never more than one at a time, recorded their world over the course of the 5 centuries it took to construct. The Book of Ninata, a prophetess named Sella of Thema, created writing by using her bare hands to carve words into obsidian. According to one of the earliest fragments they translated, other pieces talked of 7 hidden waterfalls where people could drink selim, the mountain Nepenthe, a man who wandered among the stars, and a queen who spared her realm by putting to death everyone who dared to tell a lie were both described by the chroniclers. The translators continued. As they went on, amazement started to descend on the group. They could not have predicted the degree of geographic information found in the Book of Ninata from a people who lived 6,000 years ago. Based on what we already know, people in that time period were widely dispersed and mostly isolated from one another. Nevertheless, the book described at least 15 different civilizations that were dispersed over the old world, all of which were involved in thriving networks of trade and coexisted peacefully to the west of the children of Ninata. For example, the Celadine of the High Cliffs was supposed to reside in the mountain valleys of a huge range. The Alps are the only possible location for this, beyond a wide desert, which could only be the Ethiopian highlands or the Sarawat range of Yemen. The Kedarath of the Green Hills dwelt in a cold highland climate. Additionally, The Firewalkers were a people from the Eastern Highlands, most likely found in Anatolia or the untamed regions of modern-day Afghanistan and Iran. The people of the Sticky Grain, whose homeland, based on all the evidence, was in what is now China, were one of the more remote cultures named. The references to the people of the Obsidian Loom, a highly developed civilization supposedly thriving in the lush mountains of what is now a huge desert to the south, were the most startling of all. The civilization had already vanished by the time of the Book of Ninata. According to this narrative, the Sahara, which was formerly a rich grassland, started to dry out around 4500 BCE, marking the end of the African humid period. It is reported that the descendants of the people of the Obsidian Loom dispersed and assimilated into far-off communities after they peacefully left their country. They most likely resided in present-day Chad's Tibesti Mountains. The fact that it appeared that all of these various civilizations shared a common belief system, that is, that they all believed in something called the breath interested. The researchers even more a complex idea. It was typically defined as a life energy that gives human vessels life. However, it was also occasionally depicted as the inherent ordering principle that binds all living things, even inanimate objects. On rare occasions, it even manifested as a sentient god with human-to-human communication. Sela of Thama, the prophetess mentioned earlier, is said to have created writing after speaking with the breath. The breath was translated as pneuma in Linear B, which is a Greek word that, in its religious context, reminds us of the ancient Egyptian idea of Sekin, the Sanskrit prana, and the Chinese ki. As a result, the breath emerged as the most mysterious yet cohesive idea in the whole Nenatan corpus. After this, it was evident that the initial group of linguists and classicists was far from sufficient. This was a whole encyclopedia, not a collection of folk tales and fables. Economic historians, paleobotanists, and archaeologists had to be included because fragments detailed ancient agricultural patterns, trade networks, medical expertise, and more. At this point, I received an invitation to participate and was given the responsibility of recreating the climate systems that influenced the Earth throughout the compilation of the Book of Ninata. Being a member of the Ninata Research Collective was an honor for one of the world's top paleoclimatologists. As I mentioned, I was confident that we would find something that would change our perspective on our past forever. We started translating the fragments in their chronological order 2 days after I arrived and was briefed. The shards were neatly numbered using the Nenatan version of the Dewey Decimal System, as we called it in jest, 1.01 through 1.100, 2.01 through 2.100, and so forth. However, the last part had the number 30.30. We started with its title because the original 5 scholars had previously translated it and observed that, although it was the last in sequence, it seemed to introduce the entire book. You should be aware that the text you are about to read was composed almost 5,800 years ago. The Book of Ninata is about this. The result of our work is this. Section 30.30. You are holding the first weaving of all knowledge that has ever set foot on clay and stone. Therefore rejoice if these words have reached your sight. I, Seyfreth, the Ninata, have dedicated my life to compiling the knowledge of many generations and transferring it into this obsidian vessel. The fruit of centuries is here, a lamp for those who are still alive in the last days, a record of the long dawn, and a mirror of the peoples who have been forgotten. The entirety of human memory is stored in this book. The songs of the winds, that first brushed against man's cheek. The parables that rivers muttered long after being sucked up by salt. The charts of the sky as it moved in patterns that have since been lost, and the laws of breath that keep man in harmony. Not as fantasy, but as reality gleaned from the mouths of the wise and the hearts of prophets. Everything that was, now, and will yet swirl in the loom of the unseen is recorded here. Recognize that you and your family are but remnants of the human race that once was, O traveler in the dust of centuries. We used to tally lifespans in millennia, but now you estimate life in fleeting decades. Back then, men's marrow burned fiercely, and their ships bore the weight of millennia without bending. You now enter the world with unmoored hearts, frail bones, and shallow breath. But do not give up, because the cures for forgetting are in these pages. When Nanata gave me sound advice, she said to me, "Write, Seyfrith, for though the eyes of your age are growing blind, a day shall come when eyes long shut will open. They will find these words in the deep, and though they laugh at first, the breath will stir again in their chests, and the weaving shall begin anew. As a result, I write this chronicle without sadness, even though I know it will be buried in dust and stone. Everything happens as it should. Therefore, be aware that this chronicle took decades to develop. O seeker beyond the long dawn, its load was carried by 10 chroniclers, elders, singers, weavers, and scribes who had left this world. The final chisel on the obsidian stone is me, Safreth. My ship weakens, my fire goes out, but I am glad. My biggest happiness is that I survived to finish this work. There was silence in the room when we had completed deciphering the first tablet. Even though it seemed so apparent, seeing that correct prediction about how the book would be unearthed held a peculiar weight. Yet we were still joyful and eager to go on. We all seemed to be gathered for a higher purpose, as if our presence had been predetermined. What was Nanata, and who was she? In the upcoming weeks, we would find out. The stories that followed were some of the most elaborate and richest I had ever come across. Even now, it is challenging to avoid rambling on about everything we discovered. We found ourselves working late into the night and starting again early every morning, driven solely by our own excitement. Yet no one went to sleep troubled by weird nightmares or images. I was particularly fascinated by the in-depth descriptions of the climate because I am a paleoclimatologist. We have first-hand evidence of environmental circumstances dating back to approximately 4,500 BCE for the first time in human history. It was an epiphany that would alter my field forever. 2 months later, we had advanced to fragment 9.45, often ignoring clusters of fragments that didn't appear particularly intriguing. We decided to go back to them later. We were all looking for pieces that would provide additional understanding of the breath, whether or not that was a deliberate choice. I anticipated that my skepticism would increase with time. I anticipated that one day we would come across a claim so fanciful and ridiculous that it would destroy the illusion and prove that the Book of Nanata is nothing more than the fanciful mythology of a long-gone civilization. Texts appeared to meet this expectation at times. Even today, we read about the glass cities of Velthera glistening in the desert, and the ships of the Thalaneri sailors, which have obsidian hulls. However, that moment of incredulity never materialized. Additionally, we came across sections emphasizing the significance of hand-washing before interacting with infants, comprehensive guidelines for building pyramids and ziggurats utilizing methods so sophisticated that they were difficult to translate even in Mycenaean Greek. We all agreed that it must explain how the ancient Egyptians constructed their pyramids, even if these parts were among the most technically challenging for us to transcribe. The more we read, the more we were astounded by how thorough this encyclopedia was. It even had the lyrics to hymns that had not been performed in thousands of years. However, there was intense discussion among the Nanata Research Collective about certain fragments. For example, fragment 8.78 described an ancient man who said, "The breath had carried him into a world of darkness with stars all around him." He looked at what the Greeks would refer to as the wanderers of the sun or planets. From there, he said he saw a fifth, big and turbulent, surrounded by rings of stone and dust. No matter how supernatural it appeared, I vehemently maintained that it had to be true. How would a pre-modern observer characterize Saturn's rings? The unaided eye cannot see them. Some of my co-workers supported me, but others argued that there must be a more rational reason. It could have been a confused memory of a solar eclipse, a lyrical metaphor for spiritual ascent, or even a lucid dream. When we started going through the fragments pertaining to the sunken city of Athramidon, I was convinced that there was some truth in the most extraordinary statements of the Book of Nanat. I'll give a passage from Anthor, the first chronicler. In fragment 1.03, soon, you'll see the connection. Slow ripening was the norm during the long dawn, even when a man's fifth generation of offspring danced at his feet. His teeth stayed sharp, and his bones did not yield under the strain of time. Even when women gave birth to sons during the 100th summer, their hair was as dark as the obsidian stone I write on. Elders who recalled the huge ice rising, and others who had witnessed the iced retreat were mentioned by men at that time. The toxins that today nibble at flesh and bones did not bother the breath that flared brighter and lasted longer in men back then. We were captivated by this passage more than any other. It described centuries-long lifestyles in which people were healthier and more intelligent. The similarities were remarkable. Sumerian mythology, Indian cosmology, and Abrahamic scripture all reference a period when people lived longer and were somehow closer to God. The historians were giddy with anticipation. Could all of the world's myths, including the hundreds of stories about the flood, have their roots in this ancient belief system? We continued to read tablets that described Athramidon at the same time. Fragment 1.87, with its gates of gold facing east toward the morning star, Athramidon was the greatest city. When the deep broke its bindings and ate up 1,000 valleys, this city was overtaken by the rising waters. Section 2.12. Blessed be Athramidon. I can still see you if I close my eyes. Your arches are like the arms of repentance, and your streets are like rivers of light. As my breath takes a deep breath, I feel the mist from your temple adhering to my hair. But when I open my eyes, all I see is stillness and devastation. Leluth of Aram, who will be discussed further, is the author of this poetry. Fragment 6.61. The pearl towers of Athramidon dropped beneath the waves, still glistening, and she drowned first. According to villagers on the lush coast, her people's laments reverberated in the abyss for 7 generations. Finally, we reached the most thorough descriptions of what transpired with this submerged metropolis, found in fragments 9.45 and 9.46. This is how Athramidon's narrative unfolds. Man built a magnificent city on what was originally a river delta during the long dawn, when the sun shone on their towers of pearl and emerald. The colors rippled across the canals. Athramidon developed to become a hub for trade and knowledge. Every known civilization sent travelers to its borders. In a time when life expectancy was in the hundreds, decades-long voyages were not a barrier. In addition to being a hub for trade, where products from all over the world were traded, Athramidon was also a haven of knowledge because it housed the Library of Memory. If the Book of Ninata is to be believed, the earliest library was not. A compilation of written works. Reciters, each focused on a particular discipline, might be approached to offer the huge amounts of knowledge they possessed in their minds within the hallowed temple complex. They could memorize thousands of stories, histories, and discoveries since they lived for 3, 5, or even 7 centuries. As we read these passages, we were amazed. Put aside your personal skepticism for a moment and consider what levels of comprehension we could reach if people lived for centuries. To what extent could oral tradition and innovations be directly transmitted from one generation to the next? All of it collected in one global metropolis that greeted each of the great civilizations at its entrance. Every chronicler asserted that the Library of Memory was the most extensive collection of human knowledge ever. If true, I concur. The internet, with its intrusive commercials and false information, could not compare. The Temple of the Moist Breath, a black stone building in an otherwise bright city, was also located in Athramidon as pilgrims circled. A crystal that was supposed to vibrate with the breath and clean their hands in water. Selenroot burned inside. Every time someone approached, it sang in a different way, according to the chroniclers. The temple was then desecrated by a rowdy nobleman. He started a custom of blood sports in the temple's once holy halls, after wondering what good life would be without celebration. With bodies capable of recovering from the most severe injuries, brothers who had lived together for millennia engaged. In playful combat, Athramidon fell into anarchy. Disgusted, foreign diplomats withdrew to the marketplaces or the library, which continued to exist. Its reciters held fast, conserving what they could as the city withered around it. Ultimately, living in a corrupted condition and ignoring the breath has effects. A flood came, unexpected and unexpected, like a bridegroom in the night. Only a few hundred, maybe 1,000, remained as the waters subsided, taken away on ready-made boats. Too few had taken the warning seriously. The memory of the sunken city of Athramidon so persisted, even if everyone who was alive at the time continued to live lengthy lives. Lifespans declined to their current levels after this. As a paleoclimatologist, the Black Sea flood hypothesis was the first thing that immediately came to mind. According to this theory, a huge freshwater lake was catastrophically flooded when the Mediterranean broke through the Bosphorus due to rising sea levels at the conclusion of the last ice age. Legends of massive deluges persisted for millennia, as fertile coasts and communities vanished beneath the seas. When considering an earlier piece, the sinking of Athramidon would have taken place approximately 6,500 BCE, which is the most recent date that has been suggested for the flood that we now refer to as the Black Sea. Is this evidence that this deluge actually happened? Furthermore, might one obsidian stone be used to explain 3 old legends? The advanced city of Atlantis was sunk. The Abrahamic antediluvian age, also known as the Hindu Devapara Yuga era, was a time when people were said to have lived incredibly long lives. Only a few people managed to escape on Noah's Ark during the great deluge of Abrahamic mythology. Even the most ardent skeptics among us began to have their doubts eroded by this stage of our study. Simply put, the Book of Ninata was too detailed to be written off as fiction. Of course, Some things, such as lifespans spanning millennia, can be overstated or misinterpreted. However, it seemed more plausible to me in some way to have a rationale for those lengthy lifespans. According to the Book of Nanata, people engaged in blood sports and lazed around, wasting their long years in a perverted state. A person would scarcely consider spending decades traveling to far-off places if they had centuries to live, according to the chroniclers. And since old age seems to have less of an impact on people, even when it does occur, one would be able to commit to memory a lot more things with such a lengthy lifespan. Whatever I thought, all chroniclers mourned the Library of Memory's passing. They referred to it as the most significant knowledge loss in human history. Thousands of successful medicinal cures, architectural strategies for creating wonders we cannot duplicate, and above all innumerable ways to connect to the breath, were all gone, due to their absence from Athramidon at the time of the flood. A few reciters managed to live. Some decided to preserve what they recalled by sharing bits and pieces of their expertise. However, the majority interpreted the catastrophe as a sign from the breath that such wisdom was not intended to endure. They roamed the planet till their still long lives ended one by one. Nanata was one of the seers, and their knowledge is the last piece of background you need to understand the Book of Nanata's warnings. The Book of Nanata had very few genuine allusions to Nanata herself, despite its title and the fact that it was authored by the children of Nanata. They typically appeared as brief statements, stating that she had given advice or that she had shared the information that the chronicler is recording. However, she was mentioned by all chroniclers, from Anther the First to Sephreth the 10th. We thought Nanata was a title that had been handed down through the family for a while. That presumption was disproved by fragment 9.57, or more accurately, it was complicated. Nanata is a multifaceted woman who constantly takes the shape of an elder. Her breath travels between reeds as smoke into a different vessel of her choosing, when her vessel becomes thin. As a result, she repeatedly lives, her memories woven into the fabric of each vessel she resides in. She moves easily between the clay and the breath, and we have inferred a lot of the content of these pages from her lips. Certainly a rebirth of some sort, but nothing like the kind described in Buddhism or any other known religion. Additionally, it appeared to exclusively apply to Nanata and not to other people, albeit there was one exception, whom I will discuss shortly. The tablet continued by explaining that Nanata vessels hardly ever lived for more than 10 years. A new elder will enter a hamlet after her death and identify herself as Nia. Before her unexpected emergence, the world had never heard of this woman. The children of Nanata had even devised a method for confirming her legitimacy. But the specifics of this method were incredibly ambiguous. The most fascinating part was when it explained how Nanata would breathe in poisonous fumes from a cavern deep underground, giving her visions of some of what was, most of what is, and a bit of what will be. Classicists among us instantly compared this to Pythia, the oracle of Delphi, who in the myth of ancient Greece sat on a tripod and breathed in fumes that enabled her to communicate with the sacred. Although it was an intriguing connection, the oracle of Delphi had taken on a more symbolic role by the time of classical Greece. Pythia served only as an intermediary for Apollo. In comparison, Nanata's task appeared to be much more straightforward. The notion that Nanata's acolytes would wrap her in lead, exposing only her face, and then lower her into the fume pool itself, was even more intriguing and unnerving. since it frequently destroyed her existing vessel, and Ninata acknowledged that each new vessel appeared weaker than the last. This drastic measure was saved for the most dire circumstances. The children of Ninata had obviously seen the powers of seers and oracles for themselves, and did not simply trust in them. The gift of prescience was formerly common during the Long Dawn, but it was dwindling throughout the centuries. According to Fragment 9.58, humans were losing their connection to the breath, which is why it was declining. Only a few seers were left at that time, save Ninata herself. Even if they now only lived for a few decades, people would still walk for years in order to seek their advice. The mysterious oracle of Nephilim, who is claimed to reside in an almost impenetrable jungle south of a large desert, was one of these surviving oracles. The Whispering Sisters of Thama resided in a swamp. Kura dwelt among the Kedaroth of the Green Slopes, and a man only known as Crystal Eyes lived in the far-off Eastern Highlands. Zarathian, the Flamebearer, who lived in the Eastern Highlands, had already been referenced in earlier fragments. However, by fragment 9.58, he had entered a huge pyre and was thought to be dead. Never to be seen again, two seers in the history of humanity stood out from the others aside from these. The first was the final Black Weaver of the people of the Obsidian Loom, Athura of the Loom. She had purple eyes from birth, which were said to be able to see through the curtain of the present and catch a peek of the future. Athura woven and bound a gigantic tapestry before she led her people out of their quickly drying upland homes. The intricate patterns of this tapestry told the tales of hundreds, if not thousands, of untold stories. She gave it as a farewell, present to a world that she knew would forget her. But she insisted that the breath would lead those who needed it to her tapestry, even if the mountains turned into a desolate and hostile wasteland. According to my knowledge of paleoclimatology and contextual hints from early fragments like 1.23, Athura was most likely born in the Tibesti Mountains of Chad circa 4500 BCE, just before the Book of Ninata started to be compiled. Akalos, the Seer of Flames, was the second great seer and much older. In contrast to Athura, he was a pyromancer who could see enormous stretches of time, both disasters and victories, by gazing into fire. It is supposed that he lived for 900 years before disappearing, possibly walking into his own prophecy. The mythology of Akalos was already well established by the time of Athromeda's sinking. We assume that Akalos lived sometime in the 9th millennium BCE and died approximately 8000 BC. Counting backward from the generations, the chroniclers placed between him and their own time. I've now explained to you the origin of the Book of Ninata and our current understanding of the breath. You have seen the long human lifespans prior to the sinking of Athromedan, and you have caught a peek of vanished civilizations of which we have discovered no evidence. You have witnessed firsthand via these writings what happened to the library of memory and how the world of these ancient people was transformed by oracles and seers. Finally, you are prepared to comprehend the implications of the cautions included in the Book of Ninata for us. From Athura of the Loom to Ninata herself, every oracle and seer predicted that humanity will eventually forget the breath. They forewarned us that we would roam the planet aimlessly and hollowly like empty vessels. Throughout the Book of Ninata, this prophecy appears often. There are dozens of fragments that I could have shared with you. However, the Ninata Research Council unanimously selected the one that most resonated with us. My personal favorite, and the fourth chronicler, Daphthana, wrote it. I have to reveal Leluth of Aram's identify for the snippet I'm going to share. He is the only known person to have lived in more than one vessel, aside from Nanata. When Athramidon was engulfed by the flood, he was still a young man and managed to flee on one of the few remaining ships. He toured the earth for years, grieving over everything that humanity had lost and experienced. Lelouth, however, asserted that he eventually discovered a purpose. He lived as a recluse, withdrawing from society, but he came out from time to time to impart his knowledge. Every time he passed away, he came back in a different ship, and he kept the Long Dawn's remarkable longevity. He gave each of the first 4 chroniclers advice and stories. He made one last contribution before he vanished from the world forever, which is the fragment I am going to share with you. Section 10.14, according to the 4th of the chroniclers, Dathana, servant of the Whisper of the Breath and bearer of the obsidian stylus. Reveal what Lelouth of Aram revealed to me during his final season of power. This last statement was the one that affected him the most out of all the offerings he gave to the Book of Nanata. Lelouth of Aram started to travel this planet, mourning everything that had been lost once the cries of Athramidon had subsided. Lelouth noticed a huge, unwavering fire in the distance one night as he staggered over the eastern highlands. It topped the plateau like a second sun, defying the moonless night. Lelouth approached, compelled as if drawn by the breath's own hand. A tall, grey-robed figure stood at the base of the pyre. To Lelouth's surprise, the person who had previously spoken to him in the Library of Memory was a certain reciter of the Second Circle. He was among the few reciters who made it through the Athramidon sinking. But now there was only the fire and the night, no library, no halls of obsidian. We are both here by the design of the breath, and Akalos, the seer of flames, said the reciter. You have walked long, Lelouth of Aram, long enough that your vessel grows weary and your breath strains to hold it. Lelouth did not inquire as to what fuel it was given, but he saw images of men and women, their faces contorted in both ecstasy and agony, as they sat together in silence while the flames blazed, consuming nothing but being constantly refilled. Lelouth of Aram, you will be the last ember of Athramidon, the reciter said at last. You will have to communicate what I tell you when the time comes for you to leave this plane of life. As he bowed to the breath at a pyre far larger than this, one in his latter days, Akalos was given this information. I don't offer it to you lightly, and once you accept it, you can't put it down. If I do not carry this final ember, I will wander a hollow vessel, Lelouth retorted. After the deluge devoured Athramidon, and the Library of Memory drowned in silence, the reciter said solemnly, so be it. He then went on to describe how he, too, wandered until he came upon a wide chasm that called to him. He descended until he reached the bottom, and then he went on until he found an old stone door marked with glyphs so old that they predated even the 10 poisons as prophetess. Seller of Thamo wrote, beyond was a cavern filled with red flame from strange-looking torches, and in the middle was a Kalos, seer of flames, whose body was so expertly preserved that his flesh did not rot even after millennia, surrounded by thousands of sealed capsi, some made of crystal and some of obsidian, all of which hummed softly. The reciter spotted a capsa in a corner that suited his hum, so he seized it. Akalos' words were engraved in glyphs on it, and even though his lips had been motionless for thousands of years, his voice now breathed into Thoros, the reciter of the Second Circle. Hello, Raphanol's son, Thoros. The breath showed me your face long before your vessel was ever made of clay and dust, so even though we have never met in person, I knew you would arrive. I am aware of the burden you bear and the sorrow you feel at the library of memories passing. You cry because it drowns, and I cry too. It was my hope that the library would be immortal. However, nothing exists, not even the seer's flesh, just the breath. So, even if my vessel is empty and still, I speak from beyond the curtain. What I saw and what I carried will now be in your hands, Thoros. I will leave you with knowledge in exchange for a small amount of your time. The Grand Pyre showed me where I fit into the temporal web. Despite being only one thread, I was marked as having a stronger flame than others. Because of the breath's design, I have more prescience than ever before, and I have to use it to warn the breathless humans about what lies ahead. When my vessel initially wilted, I had not finished my labor yet. Here, at my last resting place, I withdrew and stared into my pyres until my eyes were blinded and still. I left notes for people whose breath would lead them to these words, for people who would dare the descent. These inscriptions you read now have no meaning in my time, yet I learned dialects through my pyres that would not be spoken for thousands of years. Most routes lead to darkness, but the future is not predetermined. I have witnessed the growth and fall of humanity. Even in your day and age, you can see that man is losing his breath. Humanity will descend into an unimaginable period of darkness. Centuries after your time, if you looked into my flames, you would cry. They will break their ties to the land that gave birth to them in the future. Forests will collapse, their crowns burned away and their roots ripped out. Even the tiniest fish will float dead on the surfaces of rivers that are rife with toxins. Under sunless skies, great herds that formerly roamed freely will eventually disappear, their bones whitening. The air itself will become foul and thick, making it unfit for inhalation. Their souls will remain hollow containers, but they will erect glass towers that scratch the sky. Infinite seas of metal animals that suffocate the breath will devour their towns. They will learn to live only a few decades longer than their ancestors, and they will rediscover the value of washing with water. But they will never again live to be centuries old. People will declare themselves to be superior to their neighbors, and launch iron and fire battles to exterminate them. And even though they will desperately clutch at knowledge, they will forget the breath that gave it to them. However, only one of these routes is true. The one where the breathless humans awaken and revert to the breath's course in the far future. They will abandon their steel and glass monuments and once again coexist peacefully with the living soil. The rivers will flow clear, the trees will be revitalized, and even the winds will sing with new life. They won't take more than the ground will allow, and their houses will blend in with the landscape like moss on stone. Since they will walk as keepers rather than conquerors, no beast will be afraid of their footsteps, because they are neighbors. They will show each other respect, and, once more, a nobleman will grin at a farmer. In this manner, the breath can once more pass freely through everything. Everyone has a part to play in achieving success. Everybody in this room has a thread. To weave the design, all of the threads, no matter how big or small, are required. Some will not succeed. Others will be called to their place when they do. At its own pace, the breath selects and summons each. Thoros, it still calls to you. You will not be the last person to stand here, nor are you the first. Your assignment is straightforward but crucial. You have to track down the Luth of Aram again and put him on his way. He is Athramaiden's last ember. Life after life, he will roam in vessels of dust and clay, but he will know on his last breath, He needs to find this room and do one final thing. It is possible that my message to you will reach even breathless people if he takes your words seriously. And so it was, Dathana, that I understood my place. Lelouth said as he concluded his recitation. My time is coming. I am the last ember. This will be my last vessel. But I have lived lifetimes upon lifetimes. I'm going to the Eastern Highlands tomorrow to find the chamber and carry out the Breath's plan. Lelouth of Aram, the last ember of the sunken city of Athramidon, is the source of this narrative, which I, Dathana, have recorded. None of us can adequately describe what we discovered in Fragment 10.14. There was a pyromancer 10,000 years ago who spoke before writing even existed. And now, against all odds, you are reading what he had to say. He hoped his message would endure the ages to reach the breathless humans, the ones who build towers of glass, choke the world with cars, plunder the earth for profit, and cannot stop waging war. We translated it last week, and for 3 days. After that, the entire team sat in silence. There are no more skeptics among us. The Book of Nanata is fact, warning, and plea. Humanity must realign itself with the breath, or all paths will converge on ruin. This is not some tired, anticlimactic environmentalist moral tacked onto the end of a story. It is the most important truth we have ever discovered. We will not pretend to have answers, but one thing is certain. This information must be shared. The world needs to see it. Every human being needs to read these words. Maybe there are still people out there who are still connected to the breath. And now they will have the courage to come forward and teach the rest of us what we have forgotten. Or maybe this is all for nothing, and one of the many dark roads humanity will take will be selected. But that path will not just impact us. It might even wipe out the entire planet with us. The Neneta Research Collective prefers to believe that. There is still time and rejects hopelessness in favor of the dim, unyielding light of humanity's higher nature.